Please put on your mic.
Sorry, Chairperson. That is according to the advice we've received as well, Chairperson. Ms. Molefe.
Okay, all right. Then we can do the oath. Thank you.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Popo Molefe.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I do not.
Do you consider the oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you swear that the evidence will give will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Son. You might need to just reorientate everybody where we left off
Yes.
with Mr. Molefe's
Yes.
evidence in the past and where we are continuing from.
Mr. Chairperson, you will recall that the last issue that we canvassed with Mr. Molefe was the meeting on the 20th of August 2015, at which former President Zuma attempted to persuade Mr. Molefe to ask his board to take Mr. Montana back after he had resigned. And this was about 6 weeks after he had left the organization on the 15th of July 2015. And then you'll also recall, Mr. Chairperson, that Mr. Molefe, in dealing with that matter, dealt with a meeting that he had held with the top 6, asking them to create some semblance of normality at Prasa on account of the attacks that Mr. Montana had been making against Mr. Molefe and the board.
Just 1 second. The aircon seems to be on. It doesn't feel like it's a heater. It's like it's making us cold. So I think somebody will attend to that. Okay.
Mr. Chairperson, may I ask if I can just very briefly deal with that matter, because you will recall that one of the questions I asked, and you also asked, Mr. Chairperson, was whether it made sense that the board was being asked to take Mr. Montana back, given the background circumstances of which everybody knew. And you will recall that Mr. Molefe said that it had been widely reported in the media. We have since then, Mr. Chairperson, and we've augmented the file, and at pages 222 to page 258.
Let us just indicate what exhibit
yes,
number that file is.
Yes, it is Bundle D, Exhibit SS6.
And what page?
So the articles are at 222 to 258, Chairperson.
That would be the same file that Mr. Molefe has got in front of him, is that right?
That is so, Chairperson. Yes.
Okay. Page 222, that's where they start.
That is so.
Yeah. But they didn't seem, when I was looking at this file, they didn't seem to be arranged according to days.
The articles themselves are not according to days, Chairperson.
Why not? I thought that they would go from the earliest up to when you try to follow the story.
Yes.
I had to try and see which one is supposed to first. You see, for example, at page 222, you have got an article of 7 August 2015, and at page 238, you have got an article of 26 July 2015. I mean, that is 26, and then at page 243, you have got an article of 23 July 2015.
Yes.
They should have been arranged
They should have
according
been
to
arranged
dates.
chronologically, yes.
Yes, so that one could see the build-up. This is how the reporting started,
Yes.
and how it built up to the date of the meeting,
Yes.
in terms of what everyone must have been seeing in the media.
Yes. Chairperson, can I?
I don't know whether it can be changed.
It will be done,
Yes,
Chairperson,
yes.
because with respect to Chair, you are absolutely right. That is how it should have been done. I didn't.
Okay, the only problem, of course, is that when you refer to the articles now, if you mention the page numbers, and the page numbers are going to change,
Yes.
it will be a problem with the transcript. But it may be that later on, when this has been changed, arrangements can be made for you to place on record what the latest page numbers will be. Okay, all right.
I apologize. Chairperson.
Okay. It's quite dark where I am. I don't know whether there's anything that can be done about it. I know that last time there was that same issue, but we'll continue in the meantime.
Yes, yes, please, Chairperson. Chairperson, may I say in regard to the articles,
Just 1 second. It may well be if there are problems in getting me to have better lighting here, it may well be that a desk light might help, so that when I want to read, I can see
Yes.
the words clearly. So, yeah, okay, all right.
Chairperson, it is not my intention in referring to the articles to go into any depth. The idea is merely, again, to emphasize the point that it just made no sense. And it was in the public arena that there was this incompatibility between Mr. Montana and the board.
Well, apart from any incompatibility, I think for me what is most important is the fact that is the question whether the articles which were in the media made it reasonable for us to expect that people who normally read what's in the media would have been aware that at Prasa there are all these very serious allegations of corruption
Yes.
that was alleged to have been taking place, so that whatever proposals or decisions people were making, they were making them being aware of all of these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Ms. Molefe?
I think that it would help me a great deal if Mr. Molefe is able, and your questioning can be directed at that, is able to say, based on what I told the top 6, anyone who was in that meeting would have known the following features of corruption at Prasa, because I told them.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, at least some of the important ones.
Yes.
It may be that it's something that he might be able to do without going back to refresh his memory.
Yes.
It may be that it's something that he would prefer to refresh his memory before saying it. So if we don't deal with it now, because he might need to refresh his memory, we can deal with it later when he has had a chance to refresh his memory.
Yes.
But I would like that kind of evidence that makes it quite clear that here are some of the features of corruption or allegations of corruption at Prasa that anyone who was at that meeting was told about.
And Chairperson, with respect, it was not just allegations of small corruption. This was billions of rands, for example.
Exactly.
So perhaps I should just ask Mr. Molefe whether he would like the
Yes,
time
yes.
to look at it,
Yes.
or he can talk about it now.
Yes, no, that's fine.
Mr. Molefe, you've heard the exchange between the chairperson and myself, and you understand the issue that arises. Because the whole question is, should something have been done other than calling a meeting on the 20th to say, take Mr. Montana back? But do you want to go through the articles, or do you know them sufficiently?
Chairperson, I do not intend to go through the articles unless Council would like me to do so and refer me to specific ones. I mean, at the time, I read a lot of them, and I did refer earlier on in my evidence to this campaign to vilify the board and to attack the chair of the board, following the fact that in November of 2014, the board had become aware that there was a big tender that was that had been adjudicated upon, and the chair of the Finance and Capital Investment Committee, who had been the previous chair of the board, had wanted the board that I was chairing to quickly approve that tender for the modernization of the Braamfontein depot, and of course the procurement of the rails and turnouts as part of the preparations for the trains that were going to be coming from Brazil, which were being manufactured in Brazil. And the chairperson would recall that during my evidence, I said that the board had been misled by the former GC, Mr. Montana, who had said that he had a probity report when we had asked for the probity report, because we needed assurance that the process was proper and was clean. It turned out that that report did not exist, and he knew it didn't exist, but he lied to the board. So that's one aspect. Now we expose him, and we stop that tender process for that time. It involved well over 2 billion rand. Then the next time is when we discover and actually insist that Mr. Montana gives a report that, in fact, the public protector was not only investigating Prasa, but had been asking for comment of Prasa on the interim report that she had given to Prasa. The chairperson would recall that Mr. Montana then gave me a file containing that report around March 2015. Now, the series of media reports come after we exposed what appears to be corruption at the time. And of course, we were already saying we've got to investigate, because the Auditor General also complains about the audit of the financial year. Now, There are dots that one can connect, Chairperson. Chairperson will recall that I had also referred to what I said was Prasa in turmoil, and I said it was a report by Mr. Montana. In fact, Prasa in turmoil was a section in the report of Mr. Montana. The real thing is that Mr. Montana had written a detailed report on the 27th of July, addressed to Minister Jeff Radebe, who was in the presidency. I did say that I had gotten a copy from the whistleblower, but I was struggling to find it. I regret that, Chairperson, I'm not computer savvy. I had found it last night, and I read it, but I tried to send it where I could print it. Then it looks like I have lost it, so I would need to get some computer experts to assist it. But it is the report to Minister Jeff Radebe on the board of Prasa, recent events at Prasa, a very long report. When one reads that report, there's a link, a connection between the series of media articles and what that report was saying. Because a lot of what we read in these media articles are also contained in that report. And quite clearly, the target in that report, and as can be seen in the articles as well, is the chairman of the board. Is a problematic person. Of course, to some instance, in some instances, the Minister of Transport was also, targeted for attacks. So I will look for that report, and then it will assist the chairperson. Now,
maybe before you leave the report, I must just say, I know that Mr. Soni is very happy to hear that the report has been found. I'm very happy that it has been found. I've been very concerned about whether we will ever find it.
Yes.
They will make arrangements to make IT people available to you, because obviously we also want to have the report. You want us to have the report. So if the commission can assist with IT people, that they will be made available to you, and we should
do that.
have.
But Chairperson, Minister Jeff Radebe has got the report. If he wants to help the commission, he too can make the report available.
Well, I was actually thinking, as you were telling me that the report was addressed to him, then it occurred to me that then we could ask him if he still has it. But of course, if you can find it, that will enable us to have it quicker. But the former minister may have to assist with issues relating to some of the matters that have come up here.
If he wants to help the commission.
Yes, no, I'm confident that he will make himself available.
Now, Chairperson, when I'm going to come to the meeting of the top six.
Yes.
But when I read the report last night, it occurred to me that there is an explanation to the question that the chairperson asked. When the chairperson said, "You mean you could start the meeting at 6 and finish at 2? It's a long report, and only Mr. Montana knew what the meeting was about, him, the president, and Mr. Radebe, because he spoke for a long time, talking from the notes, which now turns out that it was in fact that report, which of course Minister Radebe in the meeting denied to have received it. Mr. Montana didn't say, I wrote this report to Mr. Khader. I had told the minister before we went to that meeting that I had received this document leaked to me by a whistleblower. And so she wanted Mr. Khader to give her a copy, and he denied that he had it in that meeting. But it explains why that meeting
Just
was
one
so
second, Mr. Molefe, I want to understand that part. Are you saying that at the meeting, Mr. Montana indicated that he had sent the report to the minister?
No,
Oh, no.
he did not say so, but he was saying things that are contained in that report. No, Mr. Montana was saying things that were contained in the report. And some of the questions that the president also, or comments he was making, it is clear, are contained in that report. And you see the link between that and these articles. The essence was that I am Lucky Montana. I'm the best group CEO of this organization. I can build Prasa. This board does not want to give me the opportunity to do that. They are destroying me. There's nobody else who can run this organization but me. And I told them that although I said I don't want extension on my contract, I've changed my mind now. If you want me, I can come back. And which is what the president was trying to do, to say, no.
And my recollection is that in your evidence last time, you actually said the president also said Mr. Montana is the best guy to do this job.
Yes. And as I read the report, and of course, when you read these articles, you see what South African Commuters Organization says, Stephen Sangwen is saying in the article, and what Zenzo Mashango, I referred to him in my evidence earlier on. He had been the General Secretary of SATAU, whose union was also doing business, of course, with Prasa through, I think, a company called Black Star, but they had a trust called Bashumi, which belonged to the union. So it's a common message. So around which all of these forces were being mobilized against the board, to some extent against the Minister of Transport as well. So now, was corruption widely known at the time? We had already dealt with the Braamfontein depot and we stopped it. We made it clear that we're stopping it because it was irregular and it involved billions of rand. When I briefed the top 6 of the governing party, my party, I referred to the fact that our investigation showed that we've been misled. There was this tender that was about to be issued, which was irregular, and we stopped it. And we are conducting several other investigations which are revealing massive corruption within the organization. So it was known at that time that there was this massive corruption. But the speed in which the media campaign, mass mobilizations, demonstrations, and all these other forces are being mobilized against the board, clearly to me was intended to stop those investigations or to get these people out of the way before the investigations are fully concluded. Now, Chairperson, if you look at what we have seen in this process of state capture itself, and I did say so at the beginning of my evidence as well, that for it to succeed, systems in organizations must be broken, must be weakened. And I did say that good people were being removed from positions and substituted by people who were compliant, who would carry out the agenda, whose objective is the looting of the public purse, and this, the central message being that one of state capture. So here too, suddenly people feel that this board is a problematic board. Corruption cannot continue for as long as these people are in office. But the most problematic one is this one called Popo Molefe, who is the chairman of the board. Yeah. Get him out of the way, and then we can go back to our business as usual. So really that was the agenda. You see vilification, I mean, lies that are being told here about me being corrupt, me being doing this and that. And the judgments in courts were evidence arising out of our investigation were presented, confirm the correctness of the positions that we took, and proves a lie of what Mr. Montana and all of these people were saying. Because, I mean, it went right up to the Constitutional Court in some instances. And our position as the board of Prasa was repeatedly confirmed. So, Chairperson, yes, it was public knowledge. The leaders knew about that corruption.
No, thank you, Mr. Molefe. Why, what was known in the public domain and what you told the top six at that meeting is important is because the top six are the top leaders of the governing party. And most of them would have been in government as well. And for me, the question arises, if they are told by the chairperson of a board of a government entity such as Prasa, that there is a lot of corruption that we see has been happening or that we think has been happening, and we are taking steps to investigate. I want to know what they did after that about what you told them. I want to know what they did, not from you because you told me already that they never came back to you for anything, but I want to know when they come here, I want to know what they did about that. We are all aware of what is in the public domain about Prasa even now. We are all aware about what is in the public domain about other SOEs, about which there have been a lot of evidence of corruption in this commission, SAA, ESCOM, DENEL. And it would appear that these things don't start just now. These things seem to have started a long time ago. And it's only proper that this commission should ask the question to some of those people, where were you? What did you do about this? Did you not have a responsibility to do something? So that's why it's important to me to know, apart from what was in the media, we have the advantage that you had a meeting with the top six and you told them, you alerted them. And are there no steps that they ought to have taken, maybe which would have made sure that Prasa is not where it is today in terms of its financial position? And that's part of accountability. And part of what we have to look at, I mean, you were here last time when we touched on the issue of parliamentary oversight. I asked the same questions about Parliament. Where was Parliament when all of these things, all of this corruption appears to have been happening all these years? What were they doing about it? They have a right to call the president and say, what's going on under your government? What's going on with your minister, so-and-so, who is not doing his or her job? They can call the ministers, they can call the DJs, they can follow up, they can put deadlines and say, if you don't fix this by such and such time, we'll pass a vote of no confidence in the whole cabinet.
Chairperson, if council agrees, at the end of my evidence, I'd like us to do, well, council can tell us when to do it, but I'd like us to do what we will do connecting of the dots.
Yes.
Because
yes.
all of that, and
yes.
it can go right to the various ministers,
yes.
portfolio committees of
yes.
parliament,
yes.
Speaker of Parliament,
yeah.
The efforts.
Yes.
I mean, letters we wrote.
You wrote, yes, yes, yes.
All of those things, and then we can say, but what does this mean?
Yeah.
And then when we're busy with this sort of thing and a minister stands in parliament, says, I'm dissolving this board.
No, certainly that's a very important part.
So we'll have to connect all of those
yeah.
at some point,
yes.
because they give a picture.
Yes.
And I may want to ask a tough question as well, which is similar to what the chairperson
yeah.
is saying.
Yes.
But,
No, we will do that, and I'll leave it to council to see where the right time is. It might be at the end, when you have given all the evidence, to then revisit the issue. I have said publicly that I have spoken to the Speaker of Parliament and the chairperson of the NCOP and said that I think that Parliament may need to start working on the issue of how it has carried out its oversight functions over the past X number of years and be able to come before the Commission at some stage and indicate what is revealed by an exercise of checking. And in particular, I'm looking at the SOEs, specific SOEs about which we have had a lot of evidence here, but also certain government departments and other functionaries to say, what did they do? Did they do their job properly? Because it may well be that if they had done their job the way it should be done, maybe certain things might not have happened. But it may well be that they are able to come here and say, look, these are our limitations in terms of mechanisms that are available to us, and these are our limitations in terms of resources. We went as far as we could. If we are in the future going to be expected to do more, certain changes must be made to enable us to do that. That's fine, but I don't think that this commission can be said to have properly finished its job without hearing what Parliament did. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Molefe, may I just say that I'm pleased you raised the issue of right at the end, connecting all the dots, because I just want to make this comment before we go on with the rest of your evidence. You are in a unique position, as I see it. You have a communication with the President in regard to the matters you've described already, which doesn't make too much sense, and we've debated that. Then your board is dismissed. As you said, instead of Parliament exercising oversight over the minister goes to the portfolio committee and announces the dissolvement of the board before them, and she's not asked, but why do you do? I want to raise all those things. And then You go to the police and say, but look, we've got people who are involved in fraud amounting to billions of rands, and they do nothing about it. That's all contained in your evidence. And so I'm pleased you've raised this question, because I was going to do that, but I'm pleased in a sense you've also looked at the big picture. But before we go on with your evidence, there's three matters I want to raise with you in relation to what you've said this morning. You said one of the matters went to the CC. That is the Swifambo matter, am I right?
Oh, yes, it did say.
You must tell him when you say CC, you mean Constitutional Court.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Yes, to the Constitutional Court, yes. Is that the judgment you are referring to?
That is correct.
And we've been through the fact that both the High Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal said there was corruption, and they fingered two people, Mr. Montana and Mr. Mthimkhulu. And I mention them because you mentioned them later in your evidence. The second thing I want to ask you is, earlier on you said that the former chairperson of the board wanted to hasten the Braamfontein tender. You recall saying that a little while ago?
Yes, I did say
Who
so.
is the chairperson? Because, I mean, I know, I just want a name to it.
The chairperson of my predecessor is currently one of the deputy ministers, Mr. Buthelezi, Fiso Buthelezi.
This is
But
Fiso.
at the time, in November, when he brought the submission, he was the chairperson of the Finance and Capital Investment Committee.
And he, at the same time that Mr. Montana said he was leaving right at the outset of your tenure as chairperson, he also told you he was resigning from the board.
He actually gave me his resignation letter that same day when the board was meeting and he was making the submission for the Braamfontein, on the Braamfontein depot modernization.
So he was pushing this through before he left the board.
Well, that was the last thing, contract he wanted approved before he left. Whether there was a reason for him to have delayed it, or I don't know. Of course, when I read Mr. Montana's report to Minister Jeff Radebe, he blames the board for having delayed that tender, whereas we were seeing it for the first time at that meeting in November. But be it as it may, he wanted it approved as he was leaving. Whether there was any motive or not, I don't know. And I don't want to impute any motive to that.
I understand. Finally, at the meeting of the 20th of August, Minister Depua Peters asked Mr. asked Minister Radebe about the Prasa in turmoil report. Asked for a copy of the report.
Yes, but I did say that the title of the report is not Prasa in turmoil. It's the report to Minister Jeff Radebe on the board of Prasa, and it sets out what it says are recent events.
Yes.
And somewhere in the report, of course, there's a section that refers to Prasa in turmoil.
Yes, I just want to say, I know you are looking both at me and counsel. As you answer, remember to look more at me than him. Yes, thank you.
Now, on your understanding, Minister Kadebe had the report because it was addressed to him.
He did have it.
When Minister Dipuo Peters asked for the report, what was Minister Kadebe's response?
He said he did not have it.
Did that surprise you?
Well, chairperson, I knew he had it because it came, the whistleblower brought it from his office and it was addressed to him. And clearly the manner in which the meeting was conducted found its basis in that report because it was about what Montana was saying largely.
Just to refresh my memory, this report, had you seen the report at the time of the meeting yourself?
I had seen it much earlier.
Yes.
But because it was such a sensitive document.
Yes. You did not, it was not official.
It was not official.
Yes, okay.
So, but
But it existed long before the meeting. That's the point you can
the
make.
report was written on the 27th of July.
Yeah.
Chairperson.
Yes.
The meeting took place around the 20th of August.
Okay, thank you. And it was addressed to Minister Hadebe? Yeah, okay.
I take it before the meeting, you would have told Minister Peters about this report.
I did, Chairperson. Not that day of the meeting, much earlier. I did say to her, I have seen this kind of a document. Of course, I had given it to the lawyers also to keep. Now I've been trying to get it from them. They don't know what they have done to it.
Okay.
Yeah, but I had told the Minister Dipuo Peters, and that is why in that meeting she said...
She asked for it.
She asked for it.
Yeah, okay.
Finally, in regard to that report, Ms. Molefe, I reiterate the invitation of the chairperson to make use of the facilities at the Commission. I am confident that if you gave them the laptop or computer where that was, they would find it.
Okay, thank you.
It's taken us a long time to get here, Mr. Molefe, but may I then ask that we go back to...
Did I talk too much?
No, sorry. We've been asking questions outside the ambit because, as the chairperson pointed out, this is pivotal to the work of the Commission, certainly in regard to Prasa. Can I then ask... you have this meeting with the president, and then the next topic you discuss is the dismissal of the board. Now, can you tell us, we know that on the 8th of March 2017, the minister dismissed the board.
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni. I may have misunderstood you, but I thought your plan was to take Mr. Molefe to the media articles briefly before you go to the meetings to highlight on the certain features.
Yes.
Or do you think that, I think it's important, he may have mentioned some of the things, but it is important, I think, to simply highlight some of the features in the articles before we go to the meeting, or is your plan different?
I was hoping that I would use the tea interval to pick out about 5 of the
Oh, okay, that's fine.
But I could do it now. It's just that it may take a little longer because I could identify.
No, it's fine. You can do it later. Yeah.
So we know that the minister on the 8th of March 2017 purported to dismiss the board, and I say purported because that dismissal was set aside. But what were the reasons that led to that decision? You deal with it from paragraph 93 of your affidavit, Mr. Molefe.
What paragraph?
Oh, well, paragraph 93, Chairperson, page 24.
Yes, thank you.
Well, it starts off with the question of an appointment of appointing a replacement for Mr. Montana after he left on the 15th of July 2015.
The council, you're asking what were the reasons for the dissolution of the board? Is that the question?
Yes, well, yeah, and what were the circumstances leading up to it?
And insofar as you are asked what the reasons were, Mr. Molefe, you must feel free to indicate what reasons were given by the minister for her decision, and to say what, on your analysis of the situation, the reasons were, whether you agree that those were the reasons or you say the reasons were different for this and that reason. So I'll let you that, even though the question is put like that, there may be a difference. You might have a different view about what the reasons were to the reasons that were given by the minister.
The first point, Chairperson, is that Mr. Montana leaves because his contract is ending, and he says he doesn't want extension, but in reality, he wanted extension. He wanted another contract. And clearly, the minister herself, it's becoming, perhaps when you connect those dots, you now see that the minister is...
But I think, I'm sorry, Mr. Molefe, if as you give your evidence or as you answer any question, there is an aspect of connecting the dots that you think is appropriate to do there and then, feel free to do it, not wait until later. But later on, we can wrap up. But yes, so if it's convenient, connect the dots as you go along.
We'll do so, Chairperson. The board, as Montana left, wanted to appoint the new group CEO. And it had gone through an elaborate process of interviewing and had identified a person for that position. Now, in terms of the shareholders' compact and the memorandum of incorporation, the board needs to recommend to the minister, and then of course government has got its own protocols. She has then to take it to the president and to the relevant committee of the cabinet and come back. Cabinet must approve, because the cabinet approves appointment of group CEOs, directors generals, commissioners, chairpersons of board and directors, board of directors. She was reluctant. She had told me that she agrees with me, she's not going to change anything. She's just going to present it as it was. But no, there was no movement. And the next thing then, she wanted us to appoint in an acting capacity, a person who was the chief financial officer in the Department of Transport, Mr. Collins Letswalo.
Before you proceed, Mr. Molefe, you said, I think, the board had conducted interviews and had identified a person that they believed could be Group CEO and had made a recommendation to the minister. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
It may help, but if there are reasons, there are reasons you might be reluctant, we might have to look at that. It might help if we know who was recommended. I say that because I've had evidence in regard to other SOEs where a board recommended a candidate for the position of Group CEO, and the board and the minister at the time gave evidence here and said she was in support of that candidate, but she said the former president made it clear to her that he wanted a certain person and no one else to take that position. Of course, the former president has denied saying that, and that will be dealt with later on. He must still come and give further evidence. So and I have, in regard to that matter, I asked whether this was a credible candidate and whether the former president, if he was not keen to have this person appointed, whether he questioned the qualifications or experience of that candidate. And I was told by the minister who gave that evidence that no, there was no questioning of the qualifications or experience of the candidate that was proposed. So it becomes important, it may become important to say, here is a candidate that was recommended, is a credible candidate, has got all the qualifications, has got all the experience. What was the problem with going with that candidate? So I mentioned that because it might be helpful. But if you have some reasons that make you reluctant to disclose, that's fine.
No, I will disclose it, Chairperson. It was a lady, I didn't know her before that, and I was not even in the panel that interviewed her. Her name was Laureate Mutipane Sisoko. She had previously worked for Metro Rail. Now,
let's just get the spelling, Laureate, and the surname. The surname at least.
Sisoko Mutipane.
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 Okay.
Modipane.
Okay.
Sisoko is Sesoko.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
She had worked for Metro Rail.
In what capacity?
She had been the CEO of Metro Rail, or the chief of Metro Rail, CEO of Metro Rail.
CEO, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the train, the operating division of Prasa, which moves passengers.
Yes.
Which is fundamentally the mandate of Prasa.
So she had worked in a position that is very much this GCEO's position under Prasa.
Yes.
Yes.
But the minister never raised any concerns about that, except that they delayed. They were not moving. I'm sure, again, I can produce several letters to the minister. In some instances, when the minister would say, this board is not doing its job, or Prasa is not performing, I would say, the board is not operational. It cannot do the job. We need to have proper management team. And management team is put together by the group CEO. Approve the appointment of the group CEO so that we can get going, can get our work done. And it was just delaying, and it's there. I'm sure correspondence would show that we raised that. So we don't know, but in hindsight now, when you look at the meeting of August, you look at the report where Montana says, and he writes it to Minister Jeff Hadeb, and the president says, I'm the best man. I'm available. This board doesn't want me to do my job. It's interfering with me. So what seems to have been then the reason is that they wanted to bring Mr. Montana back. But the way to do so is to block the appointment of a CEO and then ultimately to remove the board of directors. It's linked also to the investigations, because when Mr. Letwalo, as you would see probably later on, comes into act, he says, and the minister says Letwalo must now be in charge of the investigations. Now, if you are investigating a management team that is corrupt, you don't know who's corrupt, who's not corrupt. You don't give it to them to do the job, because then you're not going to get the truth out of it. And that is why the board wanted this investigation to be done by an entity that is outside Prasa, which reports to the chair of the audit committee and the chairman of the board, and they would report regularly, together with investigators, to the board of directors and to the minister of transport, which is what we have done. But they wanted all of that out of the way, clearly to frustrate the investigation so that the investigations may not produce the truth about what is happening in the organization. I ask the question, why would they want to do that? If they are interested in getting the state-owned company to function and function properly.
Well, please, I want to see all of those letters you were talking about. So I want all of that evidence, because you are saying that the minister delayed for a long time to have a decision made, I guess, on your recommendation at the board. And at a certain stage, she told you what you said she told you. In regard the matter that I was talking about, I mean, it's in the public domain, evidence was given here. It's the filling of the position of Group CEO for Transnet after the departure of Ms. Ramos. Ms. Barbara Hogan gave evidence to the effect that the Transnet board at the time recommended Mr. Sipho Maseko for the position, and the board was of the opinion that Mr. Siyabonga Gama was not suitable for that position. He was a candidate, and in any event, there were some allegations of misconduct that the board was aware of them, but I think the evidence was the board said we just took into account whether he was suitable. You know, we left out of account even the allegations, if I understood the evidence correctly.
Chairperson, I was in the commission when the minister gave evidence.
Oh, you were here?
I was here.
Yes. So that position was not filled for over a year. So I'm wondering whether now the delays you are talking about after your board had made a recommendation as to who should fill the position of group CEO reflect a pattern that may have been happening with the appointment of group CEOs for some of the SOEs. So I would like all of that evidence, all of those letters, if you are able to get them, we would like them here.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Molefe, can I just go back to an issue you said, or you suggested what the game plan was, that they would frustrate the appointment of a group CEO, and then eventually Montana would come back as the group CEO. That's what you said. Well, I just want to say to you that...
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Soni. The connecting of the dots is quite important. And of course, anybody can come later and say, no, this connecting of the dots that you're talking about is not proper because of the following evidence that you have not had, Mr. Chairperson. But with regard to the group CEO for Transnet, there was that delay for the filling in of the position of group CEO, and the candidate who had been recommended by the board had to make his other plans because he was kept waiting for too long. And then Mr. Gama was dismissed after a disciplinary process at the end of June 2010. The position had become vacant, I think, early in 2009, if I'm not mistaken. So already by mid-year 2010, there was still the position was not filled. Then the minister, Barbara Hogan, was dismissed from cabinet at the end of October. Another minister was appointed, and then the evidence will come later on. Then Mr. Gama was reinstated in February or March, April 2011 to go back to his position as CEO of TFR. And then when Brian Molefe left for Eskom, then Gama was made group CEO of Eskom, the position that was in contest when he was dismissed. So I just want to paint that picture because I want to see whether under Prasa the picture seems to go along the same lines or not.
With regard to Prasa chairperson, the position has been vacant now for close on to 5 years.
For how long?
5 years.
Since Montana has left.
Montana left. Now,
5 years.
Yes.
5 years. They have been appointing acting people, acting this, acting that, 5 years. And that is an organization that is managing 173 billion rand of rail and infrastructure investment. But the difference between Mr. Gama and Mr. Montana's case is that in the case of Mr. Gama, they were dealing with disciplinary processes. So once they had removed the minister and appointed another minister, they could simply lift the whatever suspension, bring him back. In the case of Mr. Montana, they cannot do that without burning their fingers because the investigations had gone so far and so much of the rot had been exposed, and there had already been cases in the courts of law which confirmed the correctness of the positions taken by the board of directors. So you need to have extraordinary courage to go against the judgments of the court and appoint a person who's mired in corruption, and there are still other pending cases, civil and otherwise. So it wouldn't have been difficult. It would have been difficult for them to bring him back now after the work we had done. But what I can't understand is why then not appoint a proper board. I must also say, by the way, Chairperson, since the departure of my board, Prasa has not had a properly constituted board. It had things called interim boards, which are not provided for in the law. It had all of those things. It now currently has an administrator, no board. I know that the minister has recently advertised he'll probably appoint the board soon. But that's what we are dealing with in a country with high levels of poverty, unemployment, crushing transport costs, and so on. So some of those questions would have to be asked later on to be explained by those to whom we have given the responsibility to govern our country.
Well, as I understand it, even up to now, since there's not been a group CEO appointed, is that right, since Montana left?
That is correct.
And how many years would it be, that position would have been
It's
vacant?
approximately 5 years.
About 5
We
years.
asked Mr. Montana to leave in July 2015.
No, so that's about 5 years, that's 5 years. And that can't be for lack of properly qualified candidates.
No, it can't be. It can't be.
Yeah.
Mr. Molefe, I don't know if you were here when Mr. Holele gave evidence. And just to come back to the point that they wanted to appoint Mr. Montana again.
I'm sorry, I think the witness would like some water. Water should have been placed before him. Actually, we are at 11:15. Maybe we should take the tea break. Yeah, and then when we come back, just make sure there is water for the witness. I see also I have no water here, so I think maybe the people concerned thought we don't need water in winter. It's too cold. Let's adjourn for the tea break. It's 11:15. We will resume at 11:30. We
As you
adjourn.
please.
that. Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, may I ask one question relating to that issue which may assist you in joining the dots?
Yes.
Mr. Molefe, I don't know if you were here when Mr. Tiro Holele gave evidence. His evidence was in around February, March 2017, when they refused to pay an account from Prodigy, which is a company in which Mr. Roy Moodley has an interest. He asked them to pay the account, and when they said take it to court, his answer was, well, there are big changes coming, and that young man is coming back. Be careful you're not on the wrong side of history. So I'm just putting it in the context of your saying that they wanted Mr. Montana back. I'm putting that in context to say your theory may not be all that far-fetched.
No, it is correct, Chairperson. I did indicate that, and I said it's a pity that people wouldn't want to come and give evidence here, that I was advised that there was a teleconference with employees of Prasa, and they were encouraged by a minister, Mr. Khadeb, to continue the pressure, keep up the pressure on the board. This so-called Prasa in turmoil was in that context. Create that turmoil so that we can justify removing this board. You see, so it is exactly that. It had to get out of the way so that the young man may come back.
So there was a specific reference in the context of Prodigy to somebody saying the young man is coming back. Is that right?
You'll recall, Mr. Chairperson, both Mr. Holele and Mr. Akwata gave evidence that that's what Mr. Moodley said to them when they refused to pay and said, but the matter's in court.
Yes. And that was February,
March 2017.
Yes. Okay. Okay.
And if I could just put it also in context, they said changes are coming, and 3 weeks later, there was a change in the ministry, and Minister Depuo Peters was removed as Minister of Transport.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So so Mr. Moodley said changes were on the way.
That's right.
And you better make sure that when those changes happen, you are on the right side.
Yes. Yes.
And the young man is coming back.
That's
And you say not long after that, the minister was dismissed.
yes.
Yes. And how long after that did your board get dismissed or disbanded? How long after did Mr. Molefe's board get disbanded? Was that much later?
On the 8th of March,
Okay, that is 2017.
2017.
And this meeting that Mr. Holele talked about with Mr. Moodley was when?
February, March 2017.
So soon after Mr. Holele had heard Mr. Moodley, Roy Moodley, saying changes were about to happen, the minister was fired, or before the minister was fired, she fired the board, and then she was fired.
She was fired, yes.
Okay, all right.
But Mr. Molefe's evidence deals partly with the change in guard in the
Yes,
ministry.
okay, all right. And of course, Mr. Molefe, you can confirm any of this insofar as you may know it yourself, what has been the exchange. Well, you certainly have told us that the minister announced the disbandment of your board in Parliament. Your recollection, it would be that what month of 2017 was that?
That was on the 8th of March 2017.
2017. Okay. And do you recall how much later after that she was dismissed herself, or not really?
She was dismissed the same month.
Same month.
Same month she was
Oh,
called.
okay.
I
Thank
suppose
you.
because she was too weak, she couldn't remove the board quickly enough.
She just repeat that. Just repeat that.
No, I say, Chairperson, that I think
She may have been perceived to have delayed.
to have been perceived to have been too late and
Yeah.
been too soft.
On the board.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Just one other issue relating to Mr. Mudley. When you gave evidence on the previous occasion, Mr. Molefe, you say that Mr. Mudley and Mr. Montana had met, or you'd been told by the
Hello? Good morning, Rev. How are you doing? Are we ready? Is it fine? And say what?
Make it warm in due course. It might take a little bit for some time in the whole room. So that's good news. And I'm hoping that the electricity people will make sure that we don't have these interruptions that we have been having. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, Mike.
Sorry, again, for context, Mr. Molefe, may I say that at the meeting of the 20th of August, you understood that Mr. Roy Mudley and Mr. Montana had been with the president before you and the minister were called in.
That is correct.
And actually, your evidence was that you got a report that one of your protectors had seen them
Yes,
in the premises.
yes,
Thank you.
yes, Chairperson.
So let's now get to the dissolution of, before we do that, you say that Mr. Letsalo was unhappy about the Werksman's investigations.
I just want to make sure I don't lose track of where we are. At some stage before the break, you had asked Mr. Molefe to deal with the reasons for the dismissal or disbandment of the board.
Yes.
And I'd highlighted to him that in doing so, he might wish to tell me what reasons the minister gave and what reasons he believes are the true reasons if he is not in agreement with the reasons given by the minister. So you might be planning to do it later. I just want to make sure you have not lost track.
I want to do it because in the application that is brought, the judge deals with that very issue.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
So if I could just ask, there was unhappiness about the Werksman's investigation by the acting CEO whom the minister had installed. Would that be correct, Molefe?
That is correct.
Then on the 12th of August, you say that Minister Peters herself wrote to you to suggest that the investigations be stopped.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And that appears at Annexure PM7 to your affidavit at page 154.
For the record, just repeat what file we are still on, Mr. Sonny.
Yes. The letter from Minister Dipuo Peters is Annexure PM7, and it appears at page 154 of Bundle D, Exhibit SS6.
What's the page number again?
154, Chairperson.
154. Yes. 154.
But well, that's fine. I remember the letter very well.
Yes, we don't have to read the whole. If you could explain to the chairperson what the gist of the letter is, Ms. Molefe.
The starting point of the minister was to express concern that the investigation is not ending quickly, sooner, and that it was costing a lot of money. And she was saying that she thinks that we should be focusing on implementing performance plans, ensuring that our performance plans are in order and we are achieving results in that regard. She referred to the declining performance. And then she says, stop this, in fact, she uses the word close it.
Yes, you can read that paragraph because it is important. At the end of page 154, I therefore ask that you close off. It's the last paragraph on page 154.
The previous page, Ms. Molefe.
At the
Right at
bottom.
the end, at the bottom of that page.
Yeah.
She's asking that we close it off and present a detailed report to her by, I think she said, by the end of August.
Yes. Should you not read that entire paragraph into the record?
Yes.
She says, I therefore ask that you close off this investigation process and consider the results or report thereof. Furthermore, the board is requested to submit a detailed report indicating the progress and the outcome of the investigation. A determination of any further investigation and a way forward will subsequently be made after studying the report in detail.
Yes, I
It-
think that,
Yes.
or if you think there is some importance.
And
on
then
the
she
balance.
says, it will be highly appreciated if the report can reach my office by end August 2016.
Now,
And just to confirm, you were reading from a letter from the Minister of Transport at the time, Ms. Dipuo Peters, addressed to you, Mr. Dr. Popo Molefe, chairperson of Prasa, and it's a letter that she signed on the 12th of August 2016. Yeah, thank you.
is that correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
You responded to that letter.
I did respond, Chairperson.
And what is the date of your response?
The date of my response was the 24th of August.
And is that the letter, or is that Annexure PM8, which is at
PM8.
157, page 157?
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, in your report, if you could, in your response, If you could summarize what you said to the Minister, Ms. Molefe.
The in my response, the essence of my response, Chairperson, to the Minister was that we appreciated the concern that she raised, but that the concern that she raises, in our view, did not necessarily relate to whether the forensic investigation was necessary or not. And I went on to say, and if I may read,
Yes, you
maybe
can
I should
read.
read it properly. Let me read that paragraph. The paragraph says, having acknowledged, of course, the letter of the minister, I understand the concern raised not to relate to whether or not the forensic investigation is necessary. The minister will indeed recall that the need for the forensic investigation was discussed and agreed at a meeting between the board and the honorable minister at the airport on 17th July 2015. Now, the airport here refers to the OR Tambo International Airport. And I go on to say that the concerns that I understand to be raised are that the forensic investigation is endless and without clear scope, constitutes excessive spending, is not budgeted for, and can be regarded as irregular expenditure. It is also indicated that the minister's own preference is for the board to focus on the annual performance. That's what the minister is saying there. And then, of course, Chairperson, it would be clearer on page 158, which is page 2 of the letter, that we go in detail to identify why it is necessary. We articulate why it is necessary for us to proceed with the forensic investigation. That Section 50, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act was obliging the board to exercise the duty of utmost care to ensure reasonable protection of the assets and records of the public entity, act with fidelity, honesty, integrity, and in the best interest of the public entity in managing the financial affairs of the public entity. On request to disclose to the executive authority, who's then the minister, responsible for that public entity or the legislature to which the public entity is accountable, all material facts, including those reasonably discoverable, which in any way may influence the decisions or actions of the executive authority or that legislature. And the last point we make there is to seek within the sphere of influence of the accounting authority to prevent any prejudice to the financial interests of the state. Now, this is what the law says we should do. And that is what we are doing. And we are doing it, Chairperson, against the backdrop of a management that had stolen records of the company, covering up, not cooperating with our investigation. Naturally, it would take long for forensic investigators to uncover things. Because you do mirror imaging of computers, you got to go to the server, you do things that ordinarily management should have been willing to give to the investigators so that we could do our job quickly. Now the minister says, no, you're taking too long, stop. The view then, which we took, Chairperson, was that whilst we appreciate the concerns raised by the minister, but we would not stop the investigation.
Well, before you do that, I think your reference in your letter at page 158 to section 51(1) is also important. Do you want to just read that part A and B? Where you say section 51(1) provides for the following general responsibilities of the board. Do you want to just read that part?
Yes, Chairperson, section 51, subsection 1 provides for the following general responsibilities of the board, and I'm referring here to the Public Finance Management Act. Must take effective and appropriate steps to collect all revenues due to the public entity concerned and prevent irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, losses resulting from criminal conduct, and expenditure not complying with the operational policies of the public entity, and manage available working capital efficiently and economically. Now,
Yes.
and then I go on to say the above obligations, that is section 50, subsection 1, and general responsibilities, section 51, subsection 1, are precisely what necessitated the embarking upon forensic investigations and the litigation that followed it.
And then then you deal with each of the concerns. In paragraph 1 on page 159, you say that the investigation, contrary to what the minister says, was not irregular. Is that the essence of paragraph 1?
That is correct, Chairperson. Before we appointed the panel, the investigators, we asked the legal department of Prasa to advise on the law firms that were on the panel and those that had the capacity also for forensics. And they referred us to Wexman. Of course, it would appear, of course, when they gave us that information, they omitted to tell us that, in fact, they should have established a new panel. The time for that old panel had expired, that they should have invited professional companies and established a new panel. But that only became apparent when one read the Auditor General's report.
Then you deal with her concerns about the scope of the investigation, and in paragraph 2, you say the scope had been determined in the first subparagraph of paragraph 2 by matters that had been identified by the Auditor General, and in the second subparagraph you say the matters raised by the Public Protector. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And then you make the point that it is the Public Protector who had required that all contracts above 10 million rand should be investigated.
It is so, Chairperson.
And that in the pursuit of those investigations, the Prasa had embarked on litigation. You say that at paragraph 160. You say that in the last
page
paragraph.
160.
Yes. The litigation that has flowed from the investigation requires the assistance of forensic investigation team.
That is correct.
And you make the point that ironically, it is those very people who benefited from the unlawful activities who were using those unlawful proceeds to fight Prasa with.
Yes, Chairperson, the point we're making was that we are being told, you're taking too long. Stop the investigation. But in order for anybody to launch an effective application in a court of law with the possibility of achieving success, you need to have solid evidence. And we are saying the people we are litigating against are actually using the money of Prasa to fight Prasa. And that is the irony of the whole thing. So if we stop the investigation, they succeed. You know, and because these matters are being so politicized, they would say, after all, they never had a case. It's just that they want to victimize me, as has been the charade of the narrative of Mr. Montana throughout.
And then you make the point that right at the end of page 160, that Siangena had benefited to the tune of 800 million rand, and that it had also sought a guarantee on page 161 of 1.1 billion rand.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And that, at that stage, had the Siangena review proceedings been instituted?
I do think so, Chairperson. Yeah.
Yes, it was instituted in 2016.
Yeah, I do think so.
Well, maybe it's important to highlight the next sentence at page 160, the next sentence after the sentence that deals with what you just said, Mr. Molefe, namely that people who had gained money from Prasa unlawfully were using that money to fight Prasa in the courts. You then say, this is at page 160, an example of this is the guarantee, you put guarantee in quotes, that obliges Prasa to pay almost 800 million rand to Siangena. As we have previously advised the minister, this document was not known by any Prasa official. We are still awaiting the reply to the letter addressed to your office in this regard. Siangena have now instituted legal proceedings against Prasa, claiming payment of an amount of approximately 1.1 billion rand related to this very guarantee in quotes.
So the point we're making, Chairperson, there is that here is it, we go to court, suddenly Siangena produces a document and they say, you Prasa have given us a guarantee of 800 million. Here's where somebody signed. And we had never seen that document anywhere. Management of Prasa, who might have been there at the time, were not helping to defend the interests of the company. So this is what we mean. People use your money to fight you. And at this stage, if I recall well, Chairperson, it was just after we had lost a case against Siangena on a technicality based on the Paja rule, which of course later on, following the Gijima or Guma matter,
There was a change. Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Molefe, Ms. Ngoi's evidence on this is that after the review proceedings, the first review proceedings were instituted in 2016, in response, Siangena brought an interdict requiring payment of this money, and that was the first time that it had been discovered that there was such a contract, that addendum for 800 million rand. Is that what you're referring to?
That is what I'm referring to.
And that is a contract that was signed by Mr. Montana at the end of September 2014. Is that your recollection?
I don't have the details of the contract for now, yeah. But he would have been the one signing as the GCE of the company.
I know that I've had evidence, I can't remember whether from you or from Ms. Martha Ngoy, I've had evidence of a document that Prasa officials were looking for, or rather were looking for and they couldn't find, which had been signed, I think, by Mr. Montana, apparently without any knowledge of any Prasa official. Do you know whether the document you are talking about, which Siangena produced when they took you to court, is that document, or you are not sure because you have said that Prasa officials seem not to know about that document until then. Would you know whether that's the same document, or you might not know?
That would have been the same document. For me, it arose out of the investigations that were conducted by our investigators.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chairperson, when we deal with when we continue Ms. Ngoi's evidence, we will produce that document.
You spoke away from the mic, so that won't be reflected on the transcript. Yeah, just start again.
So when we produce, when we lead Ms. Ngoi's further evidence, that will be one of the documents to which you will be referred.
Thank you.
The Chairperson, earlier on, I did say in one of my interventions that in one of the letters written to the minister, I had raised concern about her persistently telling the board to perform, yet the board did not have the management team. I see that I deal with that question in the same reply to the minister, and it is at page 163.
Yes.
And it is the last paragraph of
that letter.
Of that.
At page 163. Do you want to read that paragraph into the record?
The paragraph reads as follows, and again is the paragraph of the letter written by the chairman of the board of directors, myself at the time, to Minister of Transport on the 24th of August 2016. It says, the minister indicated that notwithstanding the completion of an independent, robust process to recruit a permanent group CEO, the minister's view was that Prasa was not ready for such an appointment. The reason we had consulted the minister around our recommendations for the position of the group CEO was that we felt that the appointment of a permanent group CEO will assist with stability. We, however, deferred to the minister's preference to second the acting group CEO from the Department of Transport.
Now, just for the sake of completeness. So you had made a recommendation to the minister of a candidate for appointment as group CEO. And what you are saying in this paragraph is that the minister's response was that Prasa was not ready for the appointment of a group CEO.
She says so, but she says so after waiting for a very long time.
A very long time, yes, yes.
I hope there could be other letters where I consistently
Yes,
said
yeah.
to her, we
Yeah.
wrote to you, we gave you recommendations. Can we please appoint?
Yes, yes. So it sounds a very strange response to me. Did she clarify why she thought Prasa was not ready for a permanent group CEO? I would have thought that any organization needs a leader, a permanent leader, like yesterday. I don't understand the idea of an organization not being ready for a permanent leader.
She didn't explain what she meant, but clearly, as one would see, this happens after several meetings, including that meeting with the president, where an attempt was made to bring Mr. Montana back. Of course, one of the reasons that they tried to use to justify that was contained in this report to Mr. Khadebe of Mr. Montana, which we are looking for, which says that, the Organization for African Unity had adopted a resolution that committed South Africa to becoming a manufacturing hub for rail and rolling stock for the African continent. And they say that you therefore need a person with knowledge of this business like Mr. Montana in that thing.
So that seems to say
But she doesn't say it here, but I'm saying it from my own
interactions.
interactions with them.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, I just wonder if I can ask the witness to confirm, because it may be important. Bongani has managed to locate a document that may well be the document that the witness was talking about.
Oh, you want to show the
I
witness
just
the
want
document?
to show the witness,
Yeah, show the witness.
because then we can run out copies. And
In the meantime,
we can deal with it.
yeah.
Does it say report? Not letter to minister. Not the letter.
Yeah, they'll bring it to you, Mr. Molefe. They'll bring it to you.
You are clever, eh? See? No, I want to check it. Just want to check it properly. Yeah. Yeah, this is the document. So what do you want me to?
I'm sorry, your mic is off. You just switched it off.
Chairperson, this is the document I was talking about, a report on recent developments at Prasa, and it was addressed to Minister Jeff Khadebe, who at the time was responsible for monitoring and evaluation in the presidency.
Yes. Okay, no, at least now we know.
I'm just worried that we might lose it again.
Yes, no, we mustn't lose it. I think what Mr. Soni has in mind is that once you have confirmed, as you have, that it is the document, they can immediately start printing it and securing it to make sure that we don't lose it. And making sure they can give you a copy if you need a copy, or you might have a copy. And then Mr. Soni, you can then see whether you would let Mr. Molefe deal with the document later or when.
Yes.
Yeah.
We thought once we've got the copies, we'll be able to.
Yeah, because you
look at
might
the way
need to
forward.
read it as
Yes.
well first, yeah. But at least now that we have got it, I think that's very important, yeah.
It's a big find.
Yeah, thank you.
Ms. Molefe, is there anything else in your letter? Oh, there's just one part of your letter that I want to refer to, and that's at 165, where after all those bullet points in the middle of the letter, you say, the board does not have a reason to stop the investigation at this point, and is satisfied that stopping the investigation will be harmful to Prasa. That was the stance of the board. Would I be correct?
I wanted to go earlier to an earlier
Oh, sorry,
paragraph.
please do. I don't want to.
Well, of course, council can guide me, but I thought on paragraph 5, I don't know if council wouldn't like us to.
Remember to look this side. Yes, as you give
Chairperson,
evidence.
I wonder if council wouldn't like
Yes.
to read that.
Yes. So,
Is there a part you would like to read on the
It's
letter?
a part I'd like to read.
Yeah,
And
please read it.
It's paragraph 5 of the
Yes,
same letter.
page 164.
Page 164, and it
Yes,
says,
read it.
the caption is whether the investigation should be stopped and a detailed report be submitted to the minister. And it goes on to say, as we indicated to the minister at the meeting of 17 July 2015, and as clearly indicated from the above excerpts of the PFMA, we believe that the board has the responsibility to institute and to continue with the forensic investigations in its capacity as the accounting authority of Prasa. We are satisfied that the investigation is necessary, is not irregular, is cost-effective, and assists with easing some of the operational bottlenecks created by the past blatant failure to observe the law. I don't know, Chairperson, if I should stop there.
Yeah, if that was the important part, that's fine. But if there is another important part, you can indicate.
And then,
Or
Yes.
council will indicate if there is another part he wants you to look at.
and you are quite right, Mr. Molefe, that is an important point. But the point I wanted to make is that when you say the board doesn't have a reason, what you are saying to the minister is, in terms of section 50 and 51 of the PFMA, the board must act according to its own conscience and its own belief and its own understanding about its responsibilities, and can't take instructions from even the minister. Would I be encapsulating that properly?
to the extent that the instructions are in conflict with the law, the board is not obliged to take those instructions, Chairperson.
And you were making that point very
That's the
firmly.
point we're making, and that's why I went back to that paragraph again, because it restates that. And that's why probably the public should understand. Because sometimes people say, but what is wrong with this chairperson?
You are disobeying the
Or
political
disobeying
aids.
the leadership.
Yes.
Is the president, is the
Yes.
minister. Why don't you just keep quiet and do as they tell you? But in the end, I think I have my own responsibility and my own integrity also to protect. I might not be holding a high position in society, but I've also been a leader and I know the values and principles that have inspired me, guided me, and why I'm involved in what I'm involved in, and why it is necessary, therefore, not to acquiesce in anything that violates those values and principles.
And one of the values that the Constitution imposes on all repositories of power is that they must exercise power in an accountable manner. That's exactly what you were saying to the minister.
That is correct.
And then you say, right at the end of that paragraph, sorry, perhaps you should read the next paragraph, because this just goes to the state of knowledge of the minister, where you say we have endeavored. If you could read that into the record, Mr. Molefe.
I sure. Oh, okay, Chairperson, thanks. That is page 165.
Yes.
Just above the 3 bullet points at the bottom there. We have endeavored to keep you abreast of the progress of the investigation. This has been done through, amongst others, a meeting with you in Rivonia focusing on the preliminary irregularities found in the Sifambo contract. This meeting was held on 28 August 2015. A meeting at Worksmen Attorneys during November after the launch of the review application in respect of Sifambo contract. The last written report was on the 7th of July 2016. And of course, we go further to say it is regrettable that on 1 July 2016, I requested a meeting with the board for you to address it on a number of issues, including this investigation. However, to date, we have not yet received a response.
Yes.
And then I go on page 166, Chairperson, is the paragraph, first paragraph on that page. And now I'm speaking on behalf of the board, and I go on to say, it is my considered view that it would be a sad day for the department as a shareholder and for the citizens of South Africa if this investigation does not reach its logical conclusion. I trust that this clarifies the board's stance in this regard. We shall, in correspondence to follow by the end of August, provide you with a detailed report on the forensic investigations undertaken by Worksmen's attorneys or on the board's instructions.
Now, what, sorry, you wanted to say something.
I'm
sorry, I didn't hear you, Mr. Sonny. Just raise your voice.
Sorry, I was going to ask a question, but I understood the witness one. No, please, Mr. Molefe, you...
No, let me...
Yes, please drink. Yeah, you may drink water so that we can proceed. So there's no problem, because otherwise if we adjourn each time.
No, Chairperson, that report was given to the minister. And as the Chairperson should by now be aware, we were regularly reporting to the minister on a range of sensitive issues. And the minister obviously accounts to the president and the cabinet. I expect that she would have been reporting to the cabinet as well. So it then means that the government would have become aware of the seriousness of the levels of corruption that were taking place in an organization that is expected to spend 173 billion rand over 20 years.
Well, in keeping with what you said, Ed, and what you have just said, I think it's important to look at the last paragraph, page 165 of your letter. You say that it is regrettable, writing to the minister, that on 1 July 2016, I requested a meeting with the board for you to address it on a number of issues, including the investigation. However, to date, we have not yet received a response. So I guess it shows some of the occasions where you were even affording the minister the opportunity to address the board on various issues, but there were delays in getting a response. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
Chairperson.
Thank you.
Now, the matter that you referred to, the investigation, was the Swifambo investigation. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
Now, that is the one where the Supreme Court of Appeal and the High Court said there was corruption, and the Constitutional Court refused to grant leave to appeal against the judgment of the Supreme Court of Appeal.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Then, well, not soon thereafter, this was on the August 24th, but the next milestone that happened is the minister dissolves the board.
That's correct.
You say that she dissolved the board on the 8th of March. Now, when she dissolved the board, did she give any reasons?
Is by way of the minister making an announcement in Parliament.
That is so, Chairperson. The minister went to send the acting director general in the Department of Transport to read to Parliament, the Portfolio Committee on Transport, a letter, the announcement that the board has been dissolved. Of course, on the same day, letters were sent to each one of us as directors. I was not well on that day, so I couldn't go to Parliament. I had just had an eye surgery. But on the same day, I wrote several letters to the Speaker of Parliament, to the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, dealing with what I felt was not the correct way of managing, exercising oversight on the affairs of Prasa, but also asking the Speaker of Parliament to initiate an inquiry on transport.
Now,
On
so
Prasa.
So it's not the minister who made the announcement in Parliament. It's the
It
DG.
was the acting DG
But reading a letter from the minister.
from the minister.
And the DG was reading that letter to the Portfolio Committee of Transport.
That is correct.
Now, before this letter was read before the Portfolio Committee, had you already been alerted by the minister that your board was going to be dissolved?
Not at all, Chairperson.
Yes.
Not at
yes. Okay. So, and did you get to know about it for the first time when maybe the media reported about what was happening in the Portfolio Committee before you got the official letter from the minister, or did you get the minister's letter first then you heard that the letter had been read in
I was called chairperson by one of our directors who was a delegate at the portfolio committee meeting.
Yes.
And he calls me, he says, you are no longer my chairman. You are not chairman anymore because you've got no board now. You are out, you've been fired. And he explains to me what happened in Parliament. And then, of course, when I checked my email box, I found that a letter had been sent to me advising me that I have been dismissed.
That seems a very strange way of one would have thought that the board would be informed first, or at least to be alerted. So unless the letter had been sent first to try and achieve that, but because you might not have been alerted that there was a letter, an important letter, urgent letter that you should expect in your emails, then you only got to see it later.
My recollection, Chairperson, is that the date on the letter is the 8th of March as well.
Same
but
day.
besides, Chairperson,
Yes.
there's a separation of powers between the legislature and the executive.
Yes.
The executive is not obliged to go and dismiss the board in a portfolio committee meeting. The minister should meet with the board of directors, discuss her concerns. Well, the minister appoints and dismisses directors. So if she does it properly, follows process, we would not even have gone to court. But precisely because we too could not understand why she chose to act in a manner in which she did, we thought it was improper for us to allow abuse of power, abuse of authority in the manner in which it was done.
I know that previously I asked you a question and I think you gave me an answer as to whether this particular minister, Minister Popo Peters, whether if you look at her approach or attitude towards the board when the board started and later in the life of the board, whether her attitude towards the board might have changed. And I think, if I recall correctly, that the impression I got was that you thought her attitude towards the board changed at a later stage. Is that right?
That is correct, Chair.
Yes, yes.
And my view is that it all centers around the investigation.
Yes, yes.
And the fact that the board is perceived to be stubborn.
Yeah.
When it is told, don't do this, don't investigate, it says, no, we will investigate because
Yes,
we
yes.
have fiduciary duties to
Yes,
discharge.
yes.
So everything centers around this, this investigation, the disclosures
Yes.
that were beginning to emerge
Yes,
from that
yes.
investigation.
Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Molefe, again, just expanding on the theme raised by the chairperson. The minister, through the DG, acting DG, announces the dismissal of the board on the occasion at which the board was appearing before the portfolio committee.
That is correct.
Now, as I understand it, you didn't go to that meeting, but the rest of the board members went.
Well, a significant number of directors, we normally feel that you don't have to take the entire board to a portfolio committee and spend money in hotels and get unnecessary. So normally we take a reasonable number with executives executive management, to go, particularly the group CEO, the chief financial officer, and the company secretary.
And that is quite an expensive, sorry.
That is what.
But that is quite an expensive business to go to the portfolio committee from Pretoria in Cape Town.
That is correct.
Now, if the minister was dismissing the board and had reflected on this, one would imagine that she would have done it before the portfolio committee actually met, because that would have saved that expense.
That would have been the case. Or after the portfolio committee has met and after the board had discharged its duties to the portfolio committee, because they had to report, had to account. It didn't matter if after a week or so she decided, now you've done your job, go. But then she does it in the manner in which she did, and which means actually this is fruitless and wasteful expenditure.
Well, I don't know whether Mr. Soni was going to ask this question, but I want to ask this question. You have had time to reflect on the events that happened throughout the term of office of your board at Prasa. Are you able to say whether on your analysis of the events, there was that the dismissal of your board happened on the day on which the board was appearing before the portfolio committee was a mere coincidence, or is there some significance in the convergence of the board's appearance before the committee and the dismissal? And I see you said the letters were signed on the 8th, on the same day. Is there a certain significance in these two things happening on the same day, or the dismissal happening on the day when the board is appearing before the committee? Or was it a coincidence, or is it a matter you have not had time to reflect on, or you would prefer not to leave it to other people to analyze it?
Chairperson, the difficulty one has is that there appears to be a group of people, some of them ministers, including the president, and members of parliament, who, while they may go to conferences and adopt resolutions on corruption, but they don't mean what they say. They don't mean to fight it. So everything pivots around the investigation, the fight against corruption. So it's an all-round mobilization of various vast instruments at the disposal of those who don't want to confront corruption. And they were found, that portfolio committee, maybe council might later take us to the letter I wrote to the chair of the portfolio committee.
Yes. No.
That portfolio committee itself says, we don't want this board, dissolve it. No, it's not their duty to say to a minister, dissolve the board. The minister has got the executive authority. She must decide whether the board is serving its purpose or not. But they say all of those things. They are not saying to the minister, we want you to account for staying for such a long time without a group CEO for such an important company. And somebody was reminding me, by the way, that it was not only the CEO, the group CEO. The company also did not have the group chief financial officer. It has to put in place financial controls. It must ensure that it manages the finances of the business allocated to it by National Treasury through Parliament properly. But there's no chief financial officer. The oversight committee that should be demanding this thing is not saying it. It's worried about, why are you keeping the chairperson of the board? Why are you keeping this board? Why don't you get them out? So I think the minister reached a point where she had to pander to this thing, to the demands of the portfolio committee. Secondly, the meeting we had with President and Minister Jeff Radebe was sending a clear message that we don't want this board. We don't want this board. We don't want this chairman. So it must go. So I had said earlier on in my evidence, Chairperson, that there was something that I had also found strange, that whilst professional organizations could investigate all kinds of things vetted through their normal regulatory bodies and so on, in the case of this investigation, there was a demand that National State Security Agency should vet the people who were investigating at Prasa. That investigation had begun to shake the tree, so much that there was a lot of discomfort in many quarters, which sometimes make you wonder whether many of these people were not aware of the wrongs that were happening at Prasa, and whether they themselves were not beneficiaries of what was happening there in one way or the other. So I think the dismissal of the board was planned, was being discussed elsewhere, and it was staged in such a way that it must give maximum publicity and embarrass the directors. I would have expected the minister to call at least me as the chair of the board to say, don't be surprised. I have considered this and that about your board, and I've arrived at the conclusion that we should dissolve it. I would probably have said, yeah, but minister, let's at least arrange for you to meet with the board so that you can explain to us and maybe then tell us to go at that meeting.
Is there, to your knowledge, was there anything that the minister or anyone else might have expected that the board would say before the portfolio committee that the minister or somebody else might not have wanted the board to get the chance to say? Because the moment you are dismissed, I take it that the portfolio committee might say, you have no, once you are no longer a board, we have no business asking you any questions, so you stop this appearance before the portfolio committee the moment you announce that the board is dismissed. Do you know whether there was anything that the board may have been expected to say that somebody might not have wanted the board to say before the portfolio committee, or you would not be sure?
The purpose for the board appearing before the portfolio committee is to account for its work of the preceding year. Now, naturally, given what we had been busy with, the board was going to have to talk about rampant corruption, the litigations that were underway. They would have had to talk about the police refusing to do their job, many reports that we had given to them, civil actions taken, and so on. They would not have loved that to happen. And one of the things that would probably have featured there would have been what appears in the Fambo matter, where monies were paid to individuals who came to say, look, you're going to get this big contract. You know, you got to share that money with somebody, you know. So all of those things may well have been things that made people restless at the time.
Thank you. I don't know with how everyone feels. It doesn't feel, it feels like the aircon is, the heater is taking too long to make us warm. I don't know. But maybe when we come back after lunch, it will be fine. I think you wanted to ask some questions
I
before we
want to
adjourn.
just raise a matter. Chairperson, you have raised something that I'd not thought about and I'd not asked the witness to think about. But perhaps we could raise it because the witness has mentioned 2 letters that he had written. One to the Speaker of Parliament and the other to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Certainly the letter to the Speaker of Parliament is dated the same day as they are dismissed. And it may be after the witness has looked at it, he can reflect again as to whether there is a connection between the timing of the dismissal and the issues you have raised. It's only occurred to me now, Chairperson. But it is something that I submit needs to be considered.
It does need to be looked at because it's quite extraordinary
Indeed.
that the minister, who I assume would have known in advance that the board would be appearing before the portfolio committee on a certain date, doesn't dismiss the board before that, but actually dismisses the board on the day or when they are supposed to appear. And I would imagine that if she dismissed the board before the date, she would have achieved the same thing if part of her concern was that the board was going to reveal certain things.
Indeed.
But it may well be that coinciding the dismissal with the date of the board's appearance before the commission, before the portfolio committee, might have been based on some other reason.
Yes.
And I think Mr. Molefe has mentioned that also it might have been intended to embarrass the board and to get a lot of publicity for that.
Full clear publicity.
Yeah, so after lunch we can wrap that up.
Yes.
Okay, I see it's 2 minutes past 1. Let's take the lunch adjournment and we will resume at 2 o'clock.
As you please.
We adjourn.
All rise.
Okay, let's continue.
Mr. Chairman, may I place on record that we have now retrieved that document, and I'd like Mr. Montana to hand it up. I mean, Mr. Molefe to hand it up. So
Is that the report which we have been
Yes.
calling the turmoil at Prasa?
Prasa in turmoil.
Well, it may be that it's convenient to call it that, even if that's not the heading that appears on
Yes.
it.
Yes.
Because as long as there is mention of that in the body of the document.
It is.
But if you have seen the report, I haven't seen it. If there is another word that we can use to call it, that's fine. So I'm just saying that because Mr. Molefe emphasized earlier that he had noticed that it's not what it's called. But somehow one may end up
One of the
referring
headings
to it
is
as-
Prasa in turmoil. One of the headings in the report is Prasa in turmoil.
somewhere in the report,
One
even
of the
not at the
headings.
top, not at,
Yes.
at the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's convenient to call it that.
Yes.
Yeah, we will know what document we are talking about when anybody refers to the Prasa in turmoil
turmoil,
report or document. Okay, all right.
Chairperson, just for the sake of order,
Yeah.
we,
I think, Mr. Son, you have confused both me and Mr. Molefe about what you wanted about the report.
oh.
You said you
sorry.
want him to hand it up, but I suppose you wanted him to identify it, but I think you left that in between.
So.
Okay, I think
was-
take it from Mr. Molefe, sorry, take it from Mr. Molefe, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, give it to me. Yeah, so that's the document called, or rather written at the top, a report on recent developments at Prasa.
That is so, Chairperson.
Okay, you want to, have you got, I'm sure Mr. Molefe, you have got your own copy.
I do have a
Yes. Okay, do you want Mr. Soni to let him identify it so that we can admit it?
Yes. We could call it, as you suggest, Mr. Chairperson, Prasa in turmoil. And we could,
Well, we don't have to write down on page 1 at the top, Prasa in turmoil. We can leave it as it is.
yes,
What I meant was, anybody who says the Prasa in turmoil report, as long as we know which document it is, that would be fine.
and we could include it at the end of,
Do you want Mr. Molefe to identify it first?
Yes,
Yeah, do you want to take him through it, not through it, but to identify it first?
let him identify it first, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Mr. Molefe, you've been referring to a document produced by Mr. Montana.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And you referred to it in general terms as a document called Prasa in turmoil.
That is so.
Is this the document
Yes, this is the document, Chairperson,
which on the,
is written report on recent developments at Prasa.
yes, and on the last page,
Dated 27th of July in the last page, and it also states that it's a report compiled by Tsepo Lucky Montana. Yes.
Yes, and it's got 11 pages.
right at the end, you'll see it.
Yeah, it's pages 1
bottom.
to 11, so it's an 11-page report.
Oh, 11-page report,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
Chairperson, yeah.
What do you propose we mark it as exhibit what, Mr. Soni?
Just trying to,
Well, you want it to be inserted. We could have it separate. We could have it separate.
yes, yes.
Because unless we add it at the back of
It may be a good idea, Chairperson, to have it as a separate document.
separate document.
Yes, because I have no doubt it'll come up again.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, then we need to know what exhibit it will be.
So we make this exhibit SS6A.
Exhibit?
SS6, Mr. Molefe's affidavit is SS6. We can make this 6A.
Well, why, shouldn't we make it SS7? Because when you say,
There is already a 7, as I understand.
yeah, is there another? Because when you say 6A, to me it gives the impression that it comes before 6.
Yes. I'll just check what's the last one.
What is the last exhibit we have admitted? Even March, there may be other documents that we admitted. Or otherwise, we could use SS6A, as you say.
Can I make this suggestion, Mr. Chairperson? Can we have it as 6A provisionally, and then when we've worked out what is the last SS number, we could then convert it to the number after that?
My difficulty is that we will refer it with,
Oh,
we'll
yes.
use, and then later we change. Well, this bundle D consists of Mr. Molefe's affidavit and annexures there too, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Shouldn't we, and there is no other bundle that has got annexures to his affidavit, it's only this one.
Yes.
Then shouldn't we put it at the back so that it becomes simply an annexure?
Yes.
Well, it's not an annexure because the affidavit, well, the affidavit does, I think, refer to it, although because it was not available, it was not annexed.
Yes.
But I think we can put it at the end, and it will become, in terms of pagination, as a PSM 331.
Yes.
So I think let's do, what was the document before that? What was the document before that?
That's
Is it
the,
PM 11, PM 12, PM 15? Yeah, it looks like the last document is PM 15.
yes.
So if we, let us make it PM an annexure, even though, because it is referred to in the affidavit, isn't it?
Yes.
It's just not given an annexure number.
No.
So I think let's make it annexure PM 16.
Yes.
Would that be all right?
Yes. Yes.
So let's mark it PM PM hyphen, PM 16, PM 16, and then in terms of the pagination, it will be 3, it's PSM 333, PSM 333, and I write SS6 before PSM, SS6. Okay, all right. So if you refer to it as PM16 or Prasa internal document, we will know which one you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Can we refer to this a little, can
Yes, later.
I'll lead Mr. Molefe on it a little later.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Molefe, we were still dealing with the dismissal by the Minister of the Board on the 8th of March. When the Minister announced her decision, what was your reaction to it? I'm talking about active reaction in relation to her decision. But perhaps let me ask more directly, did you challenge the decision?
I did, Chairperson. I called the rest of the directors and suggested that we challenge the decision. I did also say, of course, regardless of whether they join me in doing so or not, I was going to challenge it. And that's what we did. We instructed Weber Wenzel, a firm of attorneys, to be our attorneys on record.
Yes. You then took the decision to court.
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni.
Yes.
It's more logical for us to deal with the reasons, if any, that were given by the Minister for dismissing the board and what Mr. Molefe thought of those reasons before we go to challenging, is it not?
There should be a letter of the minister, very scanty.
I'm sorry. Yes. I didn't hear. Just repeat, Mr. Molefe.
Saying there is a letter that simply dismisses us.
Yes, I was.
My recollection is that it doesn't even give much reasons, say, to say performance or something.
Yes, no, that's what I would like Mr. Soni to traverse first. We must, because you have told us that the acting DG read the letter of dismissal to the portfolio committee. So we do need to see, to identify the letter if it is here. If it is not here, then I must be told it's not here, because maybe from it we will see the reasons, or if the reasons are not there, Mr. Molefe can indicate whether at some stage or another, prior to the challenge in court of the decision, the minister did give her reasons or was asked to give reasons, and what was her response. I think it's more natural if we cover that first.
That is an issue that is covered in the judgment. That's why I wanted to go to the judgment.
Let's deal with it now, even if it's in the judgment, because when one is listening to the story, the first thing when one is told that the minister dismissed the board, the next thing you want to know is why.
Yes.
So it's better to hear it now, even if the reason the court deals with them later on. Yeah. So in other words, what I want to know, do we have the letter that was read to Parliament where the minister communicated or that was written to the board, to members of the board, saying you are being dismissed, and these are the reasons if they were given? And then the reaction to those reasons, I would like to know what he thought of those reasons. Probably didn't think much of them, that's why they decided to go to court.
Yes.
But that's I'm looking at getting the story in a logical way. Yes, yeah. The court later on, we can say, what did the court say about those reasons?
Yes.
But that's later.
This is the report.
I place on record, Chairperson, that the DG's letter is something we've only heard about this morning for the first time. I had thought until this morning that the minister had announced it at the portfolio committee, but that letter is not part of the documents before you.
Okay, and so even in the court proceedings that ensued, it was not part of those?
No.
It was not part of those. Okay. Mr. Molefe, have you found that letter by any chance? I think you are looking for it.
The letter would be really addressed to each one of the directors by the minister. It would not be the one read
Yeah,
in Parliament.
oh,
I
okay,
was not there.
okay. The one read in Parliament would have been addressed to the Portfolio Committee?
Would have been addressed to the Portfolio Committee advising them that
Of the
the board is being
dismissal.
dissolved.
Oh, okay. But even if you don't find, if you can find the letter that was addressed to you, we can deal with it. If you don't find it, you can just tell me what your recollection is of what reasons it gave, if it gave any.
I'll do so, Chairperson.
Yes, okay.
Well, did she give any reasons at the time she dismissed you, Mr. Molefe?
I would rather wait to see the letter. My
letter.
recollection is that the reasons were really not substantive.
Yes.
They simply say poor performance.
Or did,
That is why in court it was dismissed as an irrational decision.
what you can do, Mr. Osoni, of course, is to look at the reasons as were understood in court.
And they're quite revealing, Chairperson. That's why I think Mr. Molefe can't give an answer. I'll refer him to a paragraph of the judgment that
Yeah.
addresses this very issue.
Yeah. Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairperson, it is
Let's
a-
proceed. If the letter is not there, let's proceed and then we will see how the court deals with it. It's just that it's, when you say somebody has been dismissed in circumstances that appear to be strange, the first thing you want to know is why was the
Yes.
person dismissed? What was the reaction before you hear what happened in court later?
But what happens in court actually explains,
Yeah.
in a sense, the fact that no reasons were given.
Yes, okay, let's go ahead. If we find the letter later on, we can come back to it, but that's fine, let's go ahead.
So, Ms. Molefe, may I ask you to look at Bundle A, and it is the judgment of the court in the matter.
I'm sorry, did you say
Chairperson,
bundle
it's
A?
Bundle
Hey,
A.
is it this one?
Well, I don't have, oh, there it is.
Yes, I do have it.
What page? That's bundle A of exhibit SS1.
That's right. SS2, Chairperson.
And what is the page?
Page 83, that's where the judgment, the report starts. Page 83, and you'll see, Chairperson, it is Mr. Molefe and the other board members against the Minister of Transport and members of a newly appointed board.
Hang on 1 second.
At page 83, Chairperson.
You said page 83.
Yes.
I think the people who were paginating here departed from the norm. You know, these bundles, the pagination is supposed to be sequential from page 1 up to the last page.
Yes.
But I see that the first document goes up to page 59. The next document starts from scratch.
Yes.
From page 1, it starts the pagination afresh. It should not be like that. Okay, page 83.
Of SS2.
So that is now, yeah. Will you just make sure that these
It's
things
in
are
a separate
checked
file.
beforehand? Because the numbering, the pagination, there must be consistency with everything.
Yes.
Because when I see page 59, I think, okay, I'm only 20 pages away from 83.
Yeah, sure.
Only to find that when I think I've reached the 20th page, it's not 83. I still have a long way because the pagination has started afresh. Yes, okay, I've got the judgment.
Now, Mr. Molefe, can I ask you, in respect of that judgment, would you turn to page 124, paragraph 51? 120
I'm on 124 page, paragraph 51, Chairperson.
Did you say paragraph 81?
51, actually.
51?
Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Now, in the earlier paragraphs, the judge deals with the duty to give reasons for administrative action, and then at paragraph 51, he sets out what reasons were given. Would you read that into the record, please?
Paragraph 51, Chairperson, reads as follows. For the first time, the minister purported at a press conference that she held on 13th March 2017 to justify her decision to remove the relevant directors. She did that to the media instead of to the concerned directors. She stated that the board was found wanting relating to, amongst others, the declining performance, lack of good governance, lack of financial prudence, and ever deteriorating public confidence due to spats of infighting.
Okay, if you could just stop there. Was that the first time you heard the justification for the dismissal of the board on the 13th?
That was the first time.
Yes. So
That was the first time, Chairperson.
So you were dismissed on the 8th, but the first time you were given a reason, so to speak, was on the 13th.
The media, the public were given a reason.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Yes, no, that's an important factor to bear in mind, that she was talking to the media
They're not talking to
and not to the board and to yourselves. Yes. Okay.
As emphasized by the judge.
By the judge. Yes.
Chairperson. And then in the next, then the judge says what she had said in her answering affidavit. Could you set that? I mean, could you read that into the record?
In her answering affidavit, she set out two fundamental reasons for her decision. Firstly, she claims that the trigger for the relevant director's removal was their decision to terminate Letsoalo's secondment to Prasa. She states that the board was removed because the board acted in unison in frustrating the actions of Mr. Letsoalo and ultimately removing him. Furthermore, and I'm on now page 125, Chairperson. Furthermore, she claimed that she substantially complied with the procedural fairness obligations in respect of this complaint because she wrote to the board on 1 March 2017 and asked it to explain its public spat with Letsoalo and to furnish reasons why she should not intervene in order to restore good governance with Prasa, within Prasa, sorry, Chairperson. Secondly, the minister claimed that she had wide-ranging concerns about the board's management of Prasa. She considered it to have been involved in corruption and in irregular expenditure since its appointment. Quite clearly, nowhere does she state that she afforded the relevant directors an opportunity to be heard on these issues before she took the decision to remove them from office.
Then, Mr. Chair, Mr. Molefe, can I ask you to turn to paragraph 56?
Does anybody feel like it's warmer than before lunch?
It is slightly warm.
It is slightly warmer, okay. Mr. Molefe?
It's slightly warmer, Chairperson.
Okay. All right.
So this, Mr. Molefe, is after the judge decides that he was setting aside her decision, and this is the third reason he gives. Can you place that on record?
Paragraph 56 of the judgment, Chairperson, reads, thirdly and lastly, the minister's decision to remove the concerned directors was so unreasonable and disproportionate as to be arbitrary and irrational. The board took a decision to terminate Letswalo after it had sought and obtained legal advice. The decision to terminate Letswalo's appointment was thus plainly reasonable, given the fact that it had a discretion to terminate his appointment at will. The minister should therefore have accepted that the board's decision to terminate his secondment rather than eat for it. The minister should therefore have accepted that the board's decision to terminate his secondment, he should have accepted the board's decision to terminate his secondment rather than disciplining it for it. Her decision was accordingly unreasonable on that basis alone. The decision, however, is rendered wholly disproportionate by the fact that the minister appears to have given no consideration to the serious and prejudicial impact of the wholesale removal of the board on Prasa's interest.
Okay, you can stop there. Can I then ask you to look at paragraph 60? If you could just read the first sentence.
Paragraph 60, Chairperson, the first sentence reads as follows. I have reached a conclusion that the applicants, or should I say, the removed directors, have proved that they have a clear right to challenge the decision taken by the minister, and furthermore, to have the decision reviewed and set aside, or to obtain an order suspending the operation of the notices of removal. The removed directors, okay, that's the sentence.
Yes. And then if you look at page 135, paragraph 3, the court sets aside the decision to remove the members of the board, and in paragraph 6 orders the minister to pay the costs.
That is correct, Chairperson.
So whatever reasons the minister furnished to the court for the decision to remove your board were found to be wanting by the court.
That is so, Chairperson. So maybe we will still get to know the real reasons from their side.
Yes.
Now, after you took the decision to court, but before the decision of the court, there was a change, and we've already discussed it, where Minister Peters was removed as Minister of Transport and Mr. Joe Mashangwani was appointed Minister. Is that correct?
That is so, Chairperson. But by the way, I should also say that immediately after she announced the removal of our board, she appointed what she called an interim board.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, of course, shortly after that, the president reshuffled the cabinet and she was replaced by Minister Maswanganyi.
Now, what is Minister Mashingwani's approach towards the board? Minister Peters had dismissed the board. You had been reinstated. What was his approach to your reinstatement and your continued existence as a board?
Immediately when Minister Maswanganyi was appointed, I wrote him a letter congratulating him and welcoming him and saying that as the board we would wish that he comes and meet with the board. And of course, I also advised him that the court had reinstated us.
In the meantime, while you were waiting for the outcome of the court application, there was an interim board that was in operation, or they waited for the outcome of the application without putting in place any interim board.
So the interim board had been put in place.
Yes. Okay.
But
It had to go once you
had to go
won your
very
case.
soon.
Yeah.
It probably had 1 or 2 meetings and it had
Yes.
to go.
Okay. Again, did Mr. Maswanganyi respond positively to your
Mr.
request for a meeting?
Maswanganyi did not respond positively.
He did not respond at all. Or he did respond, but
He didn't respond to my letter. And I think I've got correspondence in that
yes,
regard, which we
yes,
can avail to the court.
yes,
He shortly after that also served notice on us, which was more detailed now, given reasons, detailed reasons why we should be. He demanded that he gave us 7 days to show cause why we should not be removed as a
Yes.
board for failure to perform.
yes,
He has not even met with this board, but he
Yet-
wants to dismiss it.
yes. The correspondence you are talking about, if we don't have it here, it will be important to have it between yourself and
I was just going to
Maswanganyi.
raise it, Chairperson. It
Yes.
is here.
Oh, it is
I'll
here.
give
Oh,
it to
okay.
counsel.
Okay.
Mr. Molefe, can I ask you to look at page 176, which is annex here PM 10 to your affidavit?
I'm sorry. Are we going back to the other bundle D? Or are we
Oh,
staying
sorry,
with this one?
we are going to bundle.
Yeah, just to announce each time so that
Yes.
whoever
yes,
reads the
sorry.
transcript will understand
No,
that
I
now we are
understand.
dealing with a different bundle or exhibit. Okay, what page? We are
Page
now going back
170, Chairperson.
We're going back to bundle D, which is
Page 25, and then annex here PM 10 is page 170. Yes.
yes, page 170, yes.
So this is the minister's letter to the board in which he gives notice that he intends dismissing the board and asks you to make representations why you should not.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, in fact, we're just looking forward. He didn't go ahead with his threat to terminate the board or the tenure of the board.
He did not go ahead with the threat, Chairperson.
Just in brief then, would you say...
I'm sorry,
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Sonny. I was trying to look for the date to see of the letter to see how soon after he was appointed he sent this letter, but I see no date is provided where he signed, and I don't see any date on page 1 of the letter.
You're quite right, Chairperson. I must confess I have not seen that.
What is your recollection, Mr. Molefe, as to how soon after he had appointed he sent the board this letter, or PM 10? Or is that something you are not able to remember?
If you look at paragraph 99 of your affidavit, Mr. Molefe, at page 25, you see you give a date there.
Page?
Page 25 of your affidavit, paragraph 99. Now, your affidavit, Mr. Molefe.
I'm looking at my
Oh,
page.
Page 25.
25, paragraph 99.
You give the date of 5 June 2017 in paragraph 99 as the date when Minister Maswangai asked the board to show cause why it should not be dissolved. So that's you confirm that's the date.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
And you then responded through PM 10, which appears at, through PM 11, which appears at page 179.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And in essence, again, because not much happened as a result of this, you ask for more time so that you could give a more considered response to his invitation.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Now, he didn't go ahead with the threat to terminate the tenure of the board, but you say he achieved the same result through a different means. What do you mean by that?
We asked for time extension and he gave us only 1 day because he had, his initial timeline was the 21st of June, and he said, okay, I'll give you until the 22nd. And I'm saying he's achieving seeking to achieve the same objective, the same goal of the previous minister through a different means.
What did he do? He achieved the same result through different means. What did he do?
So what he did was that, by the way, I should say that when I wrote to the minister, I also advised him that there were vacancies on the board, that the board did not have a quorum, and he needed to speedily appoint directors to those vacancies. Even if he was not to follow the tedious process of nominations, there were 2 directors who were working for government. One was in his department, the other one would have come from National Treasury. The vacancy there arose because that individual who was a nominee of National Treasury resigned as an employee of National Treasury and therefore could not continue as a representative of National Treasury on the board. So I was asking him to fill those posts. And so he did not. He refused to do so. So achieved the dysfunctionality of the board by simply not discharging his responsibility as a minister to appoint the board so that the board could function properly.
So, were there 2 vacancies? Were there more than 2 vacancies?
There were 4 vacancies.
There are 4 vacancies.
There are 4
But in order to get the quorum, you needed two appointments.
That is correct, Chair.
And you are saying that those 2 appointments could be somebody from his department and somebody from National Treasury.
That is correct.
And then the board would be able to function properly.
That is true.
Yeah, okay. But he
doesn't do it.
didn't do it. Did he respond in any way?
He did respond in a very irrational manner. He says, no, it takes a long time to appoint directors. He's got to follow the process of nomination as required by the law. And then he says, with regard to these nominees of the department, even if they come from those departments, I must still take them to the cabinet for the cabinet to decide. Now, the cabinet is unlikely to say to the Minister of Finance, when the Minister of Finance says, my nominee to that board is this person whom I trust, works for this department. They wouldn't say, no, we can't, we challenge you. He, as a result of what he is, he can notify the cabinet that I have nominated so-and-so on that board, and then we've got this nominee of National Treasury. Not to say to the cabinet, decide for me whether I can nominate my employee who in terms of the law I'm required to nominate and appoint as a director to that board. But he was saying that, so clearly the intention was not there.
But of course, once the board didn't have enough directors or members to be quorate, that was an urgent matter. On its own, the filling of those positions was urgent because it meant the board could not sit, isn't it?
It was an urgent matter.
And
the question is whether there was the intention
yes,
to have a functioning board.
So one would have expected that he would have appreciated the urgency and would have known that the cabinet itself would regard the matter as urgent. If he says the board of Prasa can't operate because it doesn't have enough members of the board, I need at least 2 appointed. Here is my nominee. Here is the nominee of the Minister of Finance. There is no reason why the cabinet, performing its duties the way it should, wouldn't have regarded that as urgent enough.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Ms. Molefe, though you make it a slightly different point in the second sentence of paragraph 100. You say, I later found out that the directors were lobbied to resign from their respective positions on the board. Who lobbied? Sorry,
what page you
sorry, Chairperson. Page 25, paragraph 100.
Okay, thank you.
Are you there, Ms. Molefe?
What page are we on?
Page 25, paragraph 100, the second sentence.
Oh, the affidavit. Okay.
Yes.
I think he should read that paragraph 100 in its entirety.
record.
Would you
As you
please read that paragraph, Mr. Molefe?
When everything else failed, he attempted to weaken the board by ensuring that it did not have a quorum.
That is a reference
And that is the
to Minister
point I made
Maswangai.
earlier on.
The he is a reference to Minister Maswangai.
That is Minister Maswangai.
Yes, continue.
I later found out that the directors were lobbied to resign from their respective positions on the board. The intention being to isolate me as the chairman so that I could not be effective. Some directors, including the representative of National Treasury, did resign, and I have given the circumstances under which that one resigned. They were not replaced. The nominee of the Department of Transport stopped attending board meetings. These developments left the board ineffective as its quorum could not be formed. Now, I was advised by some of my directors that they were actually approached and asked to resign.
Look this side again. Look at me.
I'm learning the hard way. I would have failed many times. I would have failed this exam.
Yes, okay. You were advised by some of
My directors, so that
Yes.
they were lobbied to resign.
that they'd been approached and asked to resign.
Yes. In fact, one of them told me that the acting director general promised her that if you resign, we will appoint you to another board. Don't worry for now, you know. You won't, we'll appoint you again.
Yes.
Of course, the chair of the audit committee resigned, and the chair of the human capital committee also resigned. So it was quite clear that that was a drive to make this board dysfunctional because of the big job that it was doing, which other people cannot countenance.
Are you able to give us the names of the board members who resigned around that time?
It was Zodwa Manasi, who was the chair of the Audit and Risk Committee. And Mr. Pizzani, Bernard Pizzani. Yeah. Well, there had been another director, by the way, I should have said this, who had resigned much earlier, but it had nothing to do with this. She's an attorney by training.
Yes.
Ms. Keswa, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. From KZN, from KwaZulu-Natal. So that was the position.
So were there two who resigned around about this time when you say it looked like there was an attempt to render the board dysfunctional?
That is so.
And it's the two that you have told me about.
Yes.
And there was one, I think one of them, did you say one of them told you explicitly that he had been approached or she had been approached?
But she refused to resign.
Oh, but that one refused to resign.
That one refused to resign.
Okay, okay.
The other two resigned, but of course they will say, no, we were not lobbied. It's okay.
Yes.
Because
Yeah.
part of the difficulty, chairperson, we have is that there are people who experience things but would not have the courage to come and talk here.
Yes.
That's the problem.
Yes, yes. It's a serious problem.
Yeah, it's a serious problem because a person would say, this colleague of mine resigned, and he also tried to persuade me to resign, but I refused. But if I were to say to that person, come and, the story you told me out there, go and say it to the commission. Yeah, you see. He might, of course, the commission has got the powers to subpoena.
Yes, no, we can compare.
We can do that.
We can compare. Because it's very important that the commission understands how it came about that in certain SOEs, for example, corruption reached the kinds of levels that we have heard about in the commission. How did that happen? What was the method used by those people who sought to engage in corruption? Is it true that they sought to remove people who wanted to do the right things, who were not prepared to do wrong? Is it true that they sought to remove them, make it difficult for them to do their job so that they could then bring people who would dance to their tune? If that is true, the commission needs to hear that. And people who have knowledge of these things, when they don't come forward to tell the commission, it makes it difficult. And what the commission is doing is trying to see what caused these problems so that it can look at recommendations that it can make to say, going forward, what measures should be in place to make sure that the country is a better country than a country that is mired in corruption and state capture and so on. So one wishes that there would be more people who come forward and say, this is what I know, this is what happened. I know that certain of my friends wouldn't like me to come before the commission and say this thing. I know that my party wouldn't like me to come and say this thing. I know that my minister or whoever wouldn't like me to do this thing, but I believe that I owe it to the country to come to the commission because I love my country more. I want this country to be made a better country. I don't want to see it mired in corruption in the way it presently is mired in corruption. So I just wish there would be more people who would do that, because at the end of the day, if the commission doesn't get all the information and to understand how these things happened, it can't come up with good recommendations because it hasn't been enabled to have proper understanding on how these things happened. So that's why I continue to be grateful that you have been able to come here and share with the commission all the experiences that you are aware of and that you went through yourself and your board members. I hope that other board members will be cooperative with the commission and share what they know. Thank you.
What the chairperson has said goes back thousands of years. In ancient Rome, when Caesar was killed, and Brutus was asked why, he said, because I love...
Please raise your voice, Mr. Soni.
Sorry.
Your voice goes down and...
Sorry.
Yeah.
Brutus says, I killed him because I love Rome more than I loved Caesar. And it's exactly the point you're making, Chairperson. It is what human nature needs to go beyond. But Ms. Molefe, may I take up another theme raised by the Chairperson? Chairperson pointed out that it was important for a board to function because it is doing such an important job in a 173 billion rand enterprise. Now, everybody knew that the term of the board was going to end on the 31st of July. Were there any attempts made to fill the vacancies that would arise on the 31st of July?
No attempt was made, Chairperson, to prepare for the time when the term of office of the then board was coming to an end. So it was going to be dealt with as if it's an afterthought.
Now,
But on the resignation, I must make this point. On the resignations of the directors, I was saddened deeply when the chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee of the board was one of those who resigned. And resigning at a time when the board is busy with the audit for that year, finalization. We are supposed to go and give our account for how we have used the finances appropriated to Prasa. But the chair of the audit committee goes away, and that is a function led by the chair of the audit committee. So I think it's important that people explain their actions as well. It's a very important position of a professional. And it shows how, for expediency, people could lead to the collapse of a very important organ of state which serves the poor people, to please somebody who's in some high office elsewhere. Yeah?
Now, at a wider level, Mr. Molefe, the minister, the previous minister, Minister Dipuo Peters, dismisses the board on the 8th of March. It's quite clear they don't want the board. Then when Minister Mashungwai comes, he says, please tell me why I shouldn't dismiss you. So it's quite clear that the powers that be didn't want your board. But the way to fill that gap was to appoint a new board. Have you any idea why they didn't put any steps in place? And as you pointed out earlier, 5.5 years later, we still don't have a permanent board.
Well, I don't know, Chairperson, but it boggles my mind also. I mean, if you take the Minister Maswanganya of Transport, he writes to the board in June. I think it was something like the 14th of June. He says, show me cause why I should not dismiss you all. Now, he writes that letter when he knows that at the end of July, the term of office of that board is ending.
Yeah, so the point you are making is he still wants to dismiss the board at a time when, in a few weeks' time, the term of office of the board will expire anyway.
Yes, Chairperson, he should have used that time to identify directors he wanted to serve on the
Yes.
board, and run the process. Because it doesn't make sense to dismiss people when they are left with few weeks. Even Minister Dipuo Peters to dismiss the directors in March, when at the end of July,
Yes.
the term of office is ending.
Yes.
And you have failed to discharge your own obligations towards that board, which in terms of the shareholder compact, you should be discharging, because it's not a one-way street. When the board has to perform, the minister is required to give the necessary support from the department and the executive to enable the board and management to do their work. But she chose rather not to do that, but focus on removing the board. And all of these things, they gain momentum after the meeting of July of the 2015 tells Mr. Montana, you go. And after the meeting with the President and Minister Jeff Khadebe, where we said in the meeting that as far as we are concerned, this man's contract is ending. He's got no lifetime employment with the company. And then the board has got no intention to retreat on his decision. We have asked him to stay previously. He told us he doesn't want to stay. So all of these things, and by the way, I keep coming back to this thing. They come also against the backdrop of the Sufambo matter, where now, we prove in the court that there's huge corruption here. We have this litigation, the Siangena matter, and so on. So all of this, you can see that there is a relationship between the determined fight against corruption by the board on one side, and those who don't want that work to continue. And we had nobody to protect that board. At some point, I was the only one dealing with the issue of corruption. At one point.
And this was at a time when you had previously told the top six of the governing party, you had told the responsible minister responsible for Prasa, what was going on. You were busy trying to get allegations of corruption investigated properly. And of course, you had resisted the suggestion, I don't know if it was a suggestion, or on your evidence by the former president to say the board must take back Mr. Montana or review its decision about Montana. So all of these things were happening after all of this had happened. Is that right?
That is so. So basically what people are saying is that we're going to show them that power resides here, not with them. Something similar to what we are experiencing in the United States of America now, where the president of the country is perceived to be doing things that are flouting the Constitution, and doesn't respect the rule of law, but because he's a powerful man with big monies, people just support what he is doing. And then they allowed the impeachment process begin. His colleagues, even when they know that they are wrong, they stood behind him. And the next thing, what does he do? He goes and removes all the good, the best prosecutors out. He wants cronies. He goes to the courts. He wants the judges to be those who would ignore the basic tenets of the law and the Constitution and defend him as a person. And we have seen it here. We have seen it with our own president and all of those people representing the governing party in parliament were behaving as if they didn't see anything wrong with how public funds were appropriated for personal benefit. They defended that position until the courts decided, okay, because you are failing to do what you're supposed to do, we as the court will tell you what the right thing is. So there is a danger in allowing this kind of abuse of power, abuse of office by anybody. Because it can lead to losses of life, it can destroy the economy and livelihoods of ordinary citizens. And it is important, therefore, that there must be people who stand up against this. And by the way, and I said so before, the fundamental issue that drives us should be our values and principles, rather than to say, I have a membership card of this party, I love these colors of this party. It's not about the party, it's about the liberties, the rights and freedoms of ordinary South Africans. Because even when people engaged in challenging the old system, it was not so that a particular party must be the one that is in power. It was so that South Africans must be able to choose who must govern.
Yes, no, thank you, Mr. Molefe.
Ms. Molefe, on a number of occasions you've referred to the Swifambo matter. You remember?
Yes, sir.
Now, I just want to point out, Mr. Chairman, I don't need to take either the witness or you there, that in fact the judgment in the High Court in the Swifambo matter was handed down on the 3rd of July, 2007.
During the 2017, that would be their last month, the last month
It is so.
of the board.
So it's about the time that all of these things are coming up.
Yes,
And the
yes.
significance of that will come out in later evidence as Mr. Molefe is going to give
Okay,
us now.
that's fine.
But that date is important, Chairperson, because you would think that where a board has saved the country 3.5 billion rand, there would be a reward in terms of do further service for the country. But they are snuffed out, as Mr. Molefe says, by getting people not to continue serving on the board.
Yeah, well, one keeps on looking for patterns because there was evidence in relation to Denel that the board that was there before 2015, or that left in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know whether the chairperson was Ms. van Rensburg or Professor van Rensburg, had done a very good job to the extent that the Minister of Public Enterprises had also commended them for their good work and said that they should continue. They were going to have their term extended. But according to Ms. van Rensburg, that changed inexplicably. And they were all either dismissed or were allowed to go when their term expired. And except for 2 board members. Yeah. Okay.
But that seems to be the pattern.
Yeah.
Now, your board's term of office then ended in July.
That is correct.
And of course, you were not reappointed. And were any of the other board members appointed to any of the interim boards?
There is, the law requires that the board should have a representative of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA. So that was the only person reappointed, Mr. Xolile George.
he was coming from,
Am I saying reappointed to?
To the interim board.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
He was
appointed to
coming
the
from your board
He was coming from my board. He had also been in the
in the
previous.
previous, so he continued.
Yeah,
Okay.
he knows Prasa more than anyone.
Yeah. Was he the only member of your board that continued beyond the term of your board?
That is so.
Okay.
Ms. Molefe, can we go, we've now dealt with the minister, well, firstly we dealt with the president, then the minister. And on a number of occasions you've mentioned Parliament and the Portfolio Committee. What attempts did you make to secure protection for your board from Parliament and or the Portfolio Committee?
Maybe before we deal with that, Chairperson, we should also, maybe council knows whether he wants to bring this. This minister, Maswangani, sent 2 businessmen to my house, both of whom came from his province, Limpopo.
I'm sorry, just raise your voice a bit.
Both of whom came from a province, Limpopo.
Oh, okay.
George Sibulela and Sillo Rasta.
Yes.
To come and say to me, look, man, in fact, they were the ones who got to know, even before me, that some of my directors had resigned. Some of the directors had resigned.
Oh,
So they come, they say, your directors have resigned. You know?
that's before you knew.
Yeah. You know, the minister says we should come and talk to you.
We should come and?
Talk to you,
Yeah.
ask you to agree to an amicable separation. That he is willing to organize a media briefing press conference where he will announce that you and him have agreed to part ways, that you have decided to resign. I said to the minister, to this gentleman, go and tell the minister that if that is what he wants to communicate to me, he should rather come and do it himself. Let it not be you. I thought that's an important point that needs to be made.
No, it is.
Because it emphasizes the extent to which and the lengths to which they were prepared to go to get this board out, or especially the chairperson.
Did they share with you any reasons why he was saying this, why the minister had asked them to say this to you, or was it simply that he was saying the two of you were not seeing eye to eye? And I'm saying that knowing that you said you had hardly worked with him here, and then he sent you a letter to show cause why the board should not be dismissed.
No, they didn't say that, Chairperson. The only reason they were latching on was that, look, you now don't have a complete board. You don't have a quorum. Which is what you would see later when I have a meeting with the minister, which would have happened before these guys came, because I insisted on meeting with him to say, look, I need to talk to you about Prasa and you need to come and meet with the board. He was not interested in any other thing I wanted to say to him. His first prize was to drive home the fact that there is no quorum, so we don't have a board. And he's not going to appoint a board. So he's basically saying, why don't you go? So these guys come now to continue what he was telling me when I met him.
Could it mean that he was reluctant to take any action that you could challenge in court and wanted you to agree to resign, failing which then you just have to be there but not be able to do anything because the board did not have a quorum?
I think earlier on he wanted to find an easy way of
Getting rid of
dissolving the board. Because as we can see, by June, he had mustered enough courage now to want to take us to court, on which attempt he retreated as soon as we wrote to him and told him that you're actually trying to achieve the same things that your predecessor tried to achieve, but you're trying to do it by different means. I think he wanted to do it quietly. I think he didn't want the damage of maybe publicity or something, because when you do it that way, you are the only one who talks. You say, no, the chairman came, he said to me he's resigning, I've accepted his resignation. That's a clinical way of doing it.
And about when was that meeting, did those two gentlemen come to you?
I'd have to check the date, but I think around April or so, May, somewhere there.
That's April 2017.
2017. April, May 2017.
So just more or less about the time he came, because he was appointed at the end of March.
Yes.
And he had not even met you or the board in your capacity as chairperson of the board and the board.
He had never met the board, but I had asked to see him.
Yes.
To persuade him, firstly, that he has to make sure that his nominee attends meetings, that National Treasury sends its representatives, and begin the process of filling the vacant posts. But we were not able to discuss much when I met him because he was not interested in affairs of Prasa. His main business was to see how soon this board could go.
Did you by any chance know each other before he became minister, the two of you? I'm just wondering why somebody who has just been appointed as Minister of Transport who is asked by the chairman of the board of Prasa for a meeting and to be introduced to the board won't seem to be keen on that, but the next thing he wants the board to show cause why they should not be dismissed.
I got to know him when he was a member of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. But he had been a young member of the governing party, a member of the Youth League. And I think later on he worked for the government of Limpopo. But I didn't know him that well. I got to really see him at the Portfolio Committee meetings. So we don't really have any history of relationship.
Okay.
Now, Mr. Molefe, just before we finish with the need for a board, you're aware that in terms of the PFMA, every public entity must have a board of control, because that is the accounting authority for that public entity.
That is correct, Chairperson.
And was this ever discussed at any time in your meetings with either of the ministers, Minister Dipuo Peters or Minister Mashinjwa?
Well, Chairperson, with regard to Minister Dipuo Peters, it was not necessary to discuss it because the board was there. The only time when there were problems with the board was when she decided unilaterally and without any due process or notification to the directors that she was dissolving the board. So, and once she had done so, I mean, the battle lines were drawn. There was no time to negotiate, save now in court to say what council is saying now in the court papers, which is what we did. The other minister knows very well, as a former member of the portfolio committee and also having worked in government, knew that the board needed to be there for state-owned entities. And in fact, when you read his long letter to me, to the board, addressed to me, he does say that the board is an accounting authority, so he knows very well.
And you,
Chairperson, I say this minister, the last one, Maswanganyi, never made time to meet with the board, except when I met him alone. And in that instance, I raised the fact that the board has got to go and account in Parliament. The financial year has just ended. And we're finalizing the audit. We've got to go to the board. We've got to go and present the annual reports to the board. So that is all I could say. And not interested in that, he simply says, yeah, but your board does not have a quorum.
And he should be playing a critical role to make sure that the board has a quorum. Because one of the nominees, one of the people who must be board members is from his department. And another one should come from the department of his colleague in Treasury.
No, he knew, Chairperson.
so I don't want to flog the point, but this is what concerns me. You earlier said that the Prasa Act doesn't make provision for an interim board.
Yes, Chairperson.
So they must have known that what they are doing is not in compliance with the law. But they've done so for 5.5 years. I'm just emphasizing the point that that's the extent to which your board appears to have irritated them at the very least.
Yes, Chairperson. I don't know because how they would justify that. And I don't know how the cabinet allows that to happen. I don't know how the president of the country and deputy president of the country would allow for this thing to continue. I don't know how the Minister of Finance, who runs Treasury, would allow this to go on. Because even if the courts might have wanted to forgive you, they might have said maybe, well, you know, government cannot allow for a vacuum to exist. They needed to find something to run. But the fact that when they have the time, they are not even beginning the process of ensuring that a substantive board has been appointed. It's something that is inexplicable. Of course, I must say that Minister Mbalula has recently come in, and I saw that he has advertised. Maybe Prasa will now have a board after spending 5 years without a board of control.
Mr. Molefe, can we then go on to the issue I raised with you about your approach to Parliament? Now, we know you approached the Speaker of Parliament, and you did so in writing, is that correct?
That is so, Chairperson.
And the letter that you wrote to her is Annexure PM 12 to your affidavit, which appears at Bundle D, page 183. Is that correct?
That is so, Chairperson.
Now, in essence, what did you want Ms. Mbete to do in her capacity as chairperson as Speaker of Parliament?
Chairperson, we had tried everything in the book. We had discussed with ministers. We had attempted to report in portfolio committees. We had been to courts. We had tried the law enforcement agencies to assist. We were not getting the help we needed. I thought Parliament, as the national body that represents the whole country, might be willing to know what is happening in Prasa, because Parliament is the one, by the way, that approves appropriation. When the Minister of Finance comes and presents the budget, various departments having been allocated certain amount of money must still have that approved by Parliament. So it was important that the Speaker of Parliament takes interest in Prasa. And what was I asking for? I was asking for a public inquiry, because you had these many stories that are being told in the newspapers, and what the chairperson will read in this report that was written by Mr. Montana for Mr. Khatib. All kinds of lies. Now, I needed to have Parliament conduct a robust public inquiry. And I was prepared to subject myself to that. That letter went without acknowledgement up to now.
Now, I see that letter, if you look at page 183, that letter was copied to the chairperson of SCOPA, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, the chief whips of SCOPA, and the chief whips of the Portfolio Committee.
That's correct.
In support of your request for a public inquiry or parliamentary inquiry, you raise a number of points in paragraph 5. In essence, what were you saying to Ms. Mbeke?
Should I read the paragraph?
In light of the fact that not much came off it, if you could just indicate, because I just want to know, what is it that was brought to her attention?
I was bringing to her attention the fact that Prasa does not have a group CEO, and that it is important for Prasa to have the group CEO, and therefore they should get the minister to account for that, in a sense. And the second one was to deal with a number of contracts, informed them about civil proceedings that were underway to the tune of 7 billion rand, and the fact that we are basically seeking to have them set aside. And then, of course, the steps that were being taken by way of disciplining employees who were found to have conducted themselves in a manner unbecoming. Then, of course, I dealt also with my engagement or Prasa's engagement with the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations, which is the Hawks, and the NPA, and the reports that were given them in terms of the requirement of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. So really it's to give a status report and to say these are challenges, they require a deeper inquiry by Parliament, and it should be a public one.
And then you make mention in paragraph 6 about comments made by members of the Portfolio Committee on the 7th and 8th of March that year.
Yes, Chairperson, it's the meeting that I could not attend of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, and that meeting was happening over 2 days. The report I got from the directors was that they were simply subjected to abuse, insults. The agenda that they were given, on which the discussion was supposed to be conducted, was just ignored. Everything was just attacks about Sifambo, why are you going to court with these people? Why are you appointing private investigators when you should be using the South African Police Services? But we know South African Police Services was crippled by that time. You were not going to get anything out of them at the time because systems were broken. So basically that's what we were saying. And I was indicating that, of course, our term of office is also ending soon, and that it was important that for those matters be dealt with, and we would like to account on those matters.
So based on that, you formally asked for a parliamentary inquiry into the affairs of Prasa.
That is correct.
What was the reaction to this letter?
No response, no acknowledgement up to today.
That is from the speaker. What about the other people that you copied?
None of them. I think Scopa was in the process of arranging for us to meet, and not an inquiry per se, but we did go to Scopa to report on some of these matters, and they also came to visit Prasa.
Okay.
But save for that, there was no response and nothing active was done from Parliament side to probe Prasa.
There was nothing.
Did you at any stage get to know whether particularly the speaker did receive your letter? Did you get to know whether formally or informally?
Well, I asked the company secretary, the letter would have been sent by email, but it would also have been hand delivered. I did.
Yes.
I was assured by the company secretary that it was delivered.
It had been sent. Okay.
Then you also, on the same day, this is the 8th of March, you wrote to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport. And that letter is at page 187, and it's marked annexure PM 13. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, in this letter, you make a number of points which are similar to the points that you made to the speaker. If I could just start off at paragraph 5. You say the above investigations have revealed more irregularities and corruption and obliged the board to take the following steps. And you indicate what those steps
Paragraph
are.
5.
Sorry, paragraph 5
okay, yes,
on
yes,
page 188.
Yes.
Can you indicate what you said to the Portfolio Committee as to the steps the board had taken? If you could just summarize that.
The content of this letter are more or less similar to what that of the Speaker of Parliament. We were again indicating that the Auditor General's report of 2014-2015 financial year, which identified irregular expenditures to the tune of 550 million. Shouldn't I just rather read, because to
Okay.
talk, I think it's gonna be difficult.
If you can identify important features that you can read, you can read. I think Mr. Son is trying to avoid
No,
that.
it's basically to say what we have been doing.
Yes.
There has been the Public Protector's report, Auditor General's report. There have been investigations that we have conducted.
Yes.
And there are certain steps that we had taken
Yes.
to respond to all of those things.
Yes.
And we indicated that although, for example, in 2014-2015, irregularities amounted to 550. Irregularities for 2015-2016, we're now going to over 14 billion rand. And we show that all of these were uncovered by the investigations that we had conducted.
Ms. Molefe, I suppose what I'm trying to do, and can I just make my point? On the same day you wrote to the Speaker and you wrote to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. To the Speaker you say, hold an inquiry into Prasa. But to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, it appears that the purpose of your report is to say, given all that I've indicated to you that we've done, you ought to treat us with more respect. And you say that at paragraph 9. Would that, I'm just trying to draw a distinction between the two letters, or the purpose of, or the differences between the purposes of the two letters.
Yes, Chairperson, the essence of my letter was that we are doing our job. we are responding to all these irregularities that have happened. And the results show what effort we are making to achieve good governance. But your committee has so far not been interested in the exercising of its oversight to focus on things which are germane to good governance. On the contrary, you allow the meetings of the committee to be chaotic. You allow members of the committee to attack management and directors and attack their persons. And that really looking at what we are doing to fix this organization, you should be showing a modicum of respect to the board of directors of Prasa. And I said, please manage your meetings properly now. You don't send people an agenda that says we require you to come and report or account on the following issues. They get there, you have forgotten about that agenda. People are all over the place. They are talking about personal things. There's nothing about the country, about the company.
Well, Mr. Soni, Mr. Molefe earlier on asked whether I shouldn't just read this letter. It's not a short letter, but I think it is very important. I think let's ask him to read it. Mr. Molefe, please just read that letter in full. I think it's very important.
Yeah. Let me try.
This is the letter addressed by Mr. Molefe to Ms. Dikeledi Makadzi, Portfolio Committee on Transport. I think she was the chair, and it appears as Annexure PM 13 at page 187. Yeah.
The subject of the letter, Chairperson, is briefing by the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa on service delivery at Metro Rail. Point one, as you are aware, I send my apology to the Portfolio Committee on Transport, PCOT, indicating that I was not in a position to travel to Cape Town. I, however, followed the proceedings of the PCOT. I was shocked to learn that the entire first day of the PCOT proceedings was about a matter that the Board of Control, the BOC of Prasa, was not asked to bring to the attention of the PCOT. We were invited to appear before the PCOT under the guise that we were going to discuss Metro Rail operations. We prepared a presentation for the PCOT on this basis and spent money in ensuring the presence of Prasa's officials critical to operations to appear before the PCOT. The leadership of Prasa is aggrieved that BOC and key officials of Prasa were brought into the august chambers of parliament to discuss a matter that should not occupy the time and attention of the PCOT, and were subjected to a barrage of false accusations, grossly unfair innuendos, and assassinations of character under your watch. I request the chairperson of the PCOT to urge members to desist from abusing the parliamentary privileges and immunity by assailing the characters of leadership of Prasa by unfounded and spurious accusations without producing any evidence. 3, As the accounting authority of Prasa, the board appreciates that Parliament in general, and your committee in particular, is one of the most important stakeholders that Prasa has to account to. However, in the interest of proper accounting and mutual respect, the board cannot be ambushed with a topic that does not add value to the work of Prasa and be subjected to a situation where that topic is treated in a way that is grossly unfair and is a distraction from the work of the committee. The matter of Mr. Letswalo is a very simple one and has been dealt with and finalized by the board and the minister. In accordance with good governance, the minister has received a comprehensive report on 3rd March 2017. On 1 March 2017, the minister terminated the secondment of Letswalo. Now, for you and your committee accuse the board of being involved in dispute after dispute. The board has been engaged in a difficult process of restoring order, good corporate governance, and enforcing controls in an institution where these have been deliberately and systematically destroyed over several years. In this regard, we urge you to familiarize yourself with A, the Auditor General's report of 2014-15 financial year, which identified irregular expenditure to the tune of 550 million. According to the PFMA, the board is obliged to investigate the instance of irregular expenditure. And B, the Public Protector's report entitled Derailed, which found widespread maladministration and breakdown of processes and systems, and recommended that the board and National Treasury investigate every contract above 10 million, and concluded between 2012 and 2015. See the Auditor General's report of 2015-2016 financial year, which identified irregular expenditure to the tune of 14 billion. This irregular expenditure was uncovered by the investigations that were conducted under the purview of the board of Prasa. Now, paragraph 5, the above investigations have revealed more irregularities and corruption and obliged the board to take the following steps. A, provided about 69 reports in terms of Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, assisted the Hawks in their investigations of the alleged corruption and money laundering in the Sifambo and Siangena contracts. C, launched a review application in respect of the Siangena and Sifambo contracts. And paragraph 6, operationally, the investigations assisted Prasa to identify those contracts that were awarded to people who had neither the capacity nor the ability to carry out the contracts that were awarded to them. These contracts are the reasons for the constant failure in operations. 7, it is very easy for any person who is oblivious to the amount of rot, corruption, and incompetence that we discovered in the wake of the departure of the former group CEO to assume that all the challenges of Prasa were caused by the board. We have frankly and honestly shared our frustrations and challenges with the PCOT. As stated above, it is through our investigations that we have uncovered almost 14 billion in irregular expenditure. This is almost 90% of Prasa's annual expenditure. It is almost impossible to ensure quality services where almost all the expenditure is irregular. 8, paragraph 8, the board has implored management to proceed with the quality assurance of the draft turnaround strategy and process. as per the discussion of November 6, 2016. We believe that once this has been adopted, Prasa will be in a position to show the positive and quality fruits of the money that is spent by the fiscus to support the work of this important cog in our economy. 9, we implore you to ensure that PCOT avoids sensational, narrow sideshows of individuals and focus on constructively interrogating the presentation on metro rail operations as per the invitation. We value any constructive engagement that is meant to improve the experience of millions of commuters that Prasa is mandated to move every day. We had expected that the PCOT would focus on this and not on a matter that concerns a tripartite agreement that has lapsed. So that is the letter. I needed to say, by the way, Chairperson, when I wrote this letter, one of the directors in Parliament had implored me to, because after they briefed me, they said, no, write to the chairperson.
Yes.
And then I did that immediately.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson, you were quite correct. It is important that this letter is on record. I was trying to short circuit, but I think it was ill-advised.
No. It's not criticism on your part, because you do know that we are trying to strike a balance between being quick and, but at the same time doing justice to the issues. So it's not criticism on your part. It's just that while Mr. Molefe was giving evidence, I had a look at it and I thought it's important. Actually, yeah, okay.
No, but with respect, Chairperson, that's the balance I should have struck. I should have let him read the letter.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
Now, to this letter, did you get any response, Hans?
No response, Chairperson. That chairperson is now a deputy minister. She's now a deputy minister.
So the board...
Yes, and did she ever acknowledge receipt of the letter?
No acknowledgement, nothing.
You write to the Minister of Transport, Minister Masongai, after his appointment, and as I recall, you request a meeting for him to meet the board. There is no response, is that right? There is no response. There may be other letters you wrote to which there was no response, but you also write to the Speaker of Parliament, raising very important issues about Prasa. You get no response. You copy a number of people in Parliament, and except for the chairperson of SCOPA, it looks like nobody reacts or even acknowledges receipt. And you write to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Transport, to which Prasa and the board accounts. You raise very important issues, yet again you get no response, not even an acknowledgement of receipt. Is that right? That's what happened.
That is what happened.
Yes.
That's what happened, Chairperson. The message in that silence is very clear. We don't want you.
You see, that's what
You shouldn't be there.
That's what
So we're not going to dignify you with an answer.
That's what I'm trying to understand, because the lack of response could be inefficiency, could be incompetence, but it could also be just a refusal to deal with you. And can it be incompetence with all of these people? Can it be inefficiency with all of these people? Or is it that all of them were simply not prepared to interact with you? And I think from what you have said, you would think that it probably wasn't incompetence or inefficiency. It was an attitude based on not wanting to deal with you. Or maybe I don't know whether this was a way of dealing with you. It was an attitude that said we don't want to have anything to do with you.
Well, I wrote many letters, Chairperson.
Yes.
At least I know that Mr. Sean Abraham replied my letter. He wasn't gonna do what I was saying he should do, but at least he replied, you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Molefe, in your letter to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, you talk about the meeting of the 7th and 8th of 2017, 7th and 8th of March 2017. But in your affidavit, you then go on to say, but that's how throughout our tenure as board members we were being treated. And I'd like you to deal with that because you deal with it from paragraph 105 of your affidavit. Or if you could just from recollection indicate to the to the chairperson that what happened at that meeting was not something new to us.
Yes, Chairperson, that's really not something new. And again, things change. After we agree with Mr. Montana that he would not get another contract, and after we insist that as a board we should do what the public protector is asking us to do, answer the questions she's asking and investigate those matters that she wanted us to discuss. So all of that and up to the dismissal of Mr. Montana. So we start seeing this behavior. I was going to say, Chairperson, that if one looks at some of the things that I say, the Portfolio Committee was saying to my directors, they are pretty similar to the contents of this report that was
the turmoil at Prasa report.
Prasa and turmoil.
The Prasa and turmoil report.
Now, it does give one the impression that it too was shared with them. So it's an organized group. The basis of that organization is how to get rid of this board, how to stop their investigations into corruption. Now, repeatedly, therefore, when the directors went to the Portfolio Committee, it was just a circus. It was a circus. Sometimes somebody just stands up and say, we understand an employee somewhere is being purged because he's not wanted, he's not supporter of this board, or because you believe he's a supporter of Lucky Montana. Now, we don't have time for that nonsense. That's what the Department of Transport should investigate if it thinks that the board is not doing what it is supposed to. But that's what they have been doing. We often got the impression that there's some kind of rehearsal before we appear before the portfolio committee. Our engagement were always hostile and acrimonious. And when people ask questions, it was something akin to people who have gone through choreography of some point. So, you know, your part is this one, play it. And sometimes you would see that they sat somewhere writing questions and they distributed questions amongst themselves. And you literally hear them saying, have you covered that one? That question? It's not about them listening to the report that is placed before them and then responding to that report. It's about what they were told by somebody from outside to ask the directors when they come to Parliament. So that is how that portfolio committee was playing its role. And when you say to them, we need to focus on the business of the committee, they say, you're not going to tell us how to do our job.
You will look at the chairperson, but I want to ask you in relation to what appears to be a choreographed presentation on their side. Did that apply only to the ruling party, or was it among the opposition parties as well?
It was mainly the ruling party. It was the ruling party. You would have thought that the ruling party, knowing that it is the government of the day and the SOEs are the SOEs that it is in charge of, that they would try to assist those SOEs to do their job properly and protect them. It wasn't so.
But surely, okay, can I ask you, because it's related to this issue, in paragraph 108 on page 27 of your affidavit, if you could just read that into the record, because I want to ask a couple of questions around that relating to the role of the different parties in the portfolio committee.
The paragraph 108 reads as follows, Chairperson. In my view, the portfolio committee focused on trying to find wrongdoing with the investigations commissioned by the BOC, the appointment of workmen, and regularity of BOC meetings. Now, should I wait?
Well,
Now, where you talk about the regularity of the board meetings, and I'm pleased that I mentioned it before. When you go to the Prasa in turmoil document, there's a long complaint there, and actually it lists the number of meetings that the board held. Now, that was discussed clearly with this portfolio committee, and the portfolio committee has become his master's voice on this issue, that you are meeting too much, you hold too many meetings. Now, you should be meeting only 4 times. Now, there's nowhere where meetings are restricted to 4 times. The Companies Act requires, and of course the Public Finance Management Act would also say so, that the board should meet a minimum of 4 times per annum. But the meetings of a board are determined by the work that has to be done. And for a long time, by the way, these meetings were taking place and they were not being paid for. There was only somewhere towards the end when that happened, and it turned out that the minister had not approved the policy. And I said, well, if the policy has not been approved, money must be paid back. And I was the first to pay it back. Yeah.
Now, you say, and this is my point, that in your letter of the 8th of March 2017, you say to the chairperson of the portfolio committee, look, we've investigated the following matters, the Sufambo matter, the Siangena matter, and other matters worth billions of rands. You say here that instead of concentrating on the wrongdoing of possible tenderers and management, they were concentrating on things that they said the board was doing, notwithstanding that the amounts you were talking about were billions of rands.
Yes.
What I want to ask in that connection is, but surely the opposition parties would have said, no, but what are you doing about Siangena? Can you give us a report? Can you give us a report on Sufambo? We understand you've taken them to court. Or was there not a voice for them?
No, there was a voice. They were asking about those. There were also those who were genuinely concerned about operations of Metro Rail, especially in the Western Cape. So they were asking. And by the way, I can now say so, that when it became clear that this committee is not interested in what we are doing, I invited willing parliamentarians, even from the opposition, to visit and meet with the investigators to see the work that we were doing. Because the portfolio committee was not allowing that space for a proper report, or if it was there, it was not allowing for a discussion of that report.
So when you say you called willing parliamentarians, are you saying parliamentarians who were not part of the portfolio committee, but who were interested in Prasa's welfare?
Who were part of the portfolio committee. Some of them, of course, would have been in Scopa.
And were they also members of the ruling party or none of the members?
No, they were not members of the ruling party.
So, but what you are saying is, did you give an open invitation to individuals who were members of the committee who were interested in coming to see?
No, I did.
It was individuals that you...
It was individuals who were showing interest in
yeah.
what we were doing.
Okay.
And who were realizing that sitting in those
Was not helpful.
circuses of meetings,
Yes.
they were not going to get proper information.
Yes. Were meetings of the committee, as far as you know, being mechanically recorded? As far as you know?
They are supposed to be.
Because it would be
recorded.
good to get the transcripts of what was being said, particularly in meetings between the board and this committee over the years that you have indicated here, 2015, 2016, 2017.
It would certainly be good to do so, Chairperson.
I didn't hear that.
I say it would be good, it would be helpful.
Yes. I have been told that, I don't know whether with all portfolio committees, but that some committees or all committees don't record in Parliament. They make notes, and only in the National Assembly records mechanically. So I don't know to what extent that information is correct, but if there is a transcript or transcripts, we should try and get.
Yes.
So, and if we don't get that, we nevertheless should try and get maybe 2 or so other people, either from the board, your board, or from the committee, who can tell us some of the things that were happening in that committee during the time of your board. You have said in paragraph 106 of your affidavit, the meetings of the portfolio committee during 2015, 2016, and 2017 could best be described as chaotic. So it's very important you get put in a committee in Parliament so that you can exercise very important responsibility of oversight. If now members of a committee, instead of doing their job, they might actually not been doing their job properly, while an entity such as Prasa was losing billions of rand through corruption. It would be really be very important to see exactly what was happening. Were they turning a blind eye to massive corruption that you wanted to tell them about, resulting in the country losing billions in that entity, billions of rands in that entity, and they were interested in other things? Let us know if that is what was happening. So I would like to know if there are transcripts so that these things can be put in the open. Because I keep on saying, when we see SOEs, or a number of them, being in the positions in which they are now in 2020 financially, we've got to go back and say, when did it start? But Parliament was supposed throughout to be exercising oversight. And where was it as the situation in each of these SOEs was deteriorating every year? Where was Parliament? What was Parliament doing? Where were the portfolio committees? What were they doing about it? So I think, Mr. Soni, you know, there should be attempts to try and see if we can get transcripts, if there are any transcripts of all of those meetings between the board, this board, and the portfolio committee during those years. Okay.
Mr. Molefe, when the parliamentarians who displayed a genuine interest in fixing up process problems, if I can put it that way, when they met with you and other members of the board, what was their impression of...
With me.
Sorry?
With me.
When they met with you, what was their impression of what the board was uncovering? I mean, we've heard, because we've seen the court reports like Sufambo, Siangeni, and so on. What was their reaction?
Any normal being would be shocked by the level, the extent of this corruption. And they were shocked, and they wanted action. They wanted action. I mean, the chairperson says, were they not concerned that these things were happening? If they were concerned, they would have supported my efforts to compel the Hawks to investigate their cases and to explain to us why they are not discharging their constitutional duty. That should have been the work done by parliamentarians. Because, so they were not doing it. But I'm saying the opposition was supporting, look, so from, of course, they sometimes they are political parties, so they'll try to score points against one another. The articles we were reading this morning, we're looking at this morning, there's a section where the EFF specifically raises concern about the fact that Prasa was spending 3.5 billion rand on locomotives that are dysfunction, that are not fit for purpose. So we want people to be saying these things from all kinds of parties, because it's about the country now. It's not about sectarian interests. It's about all of our people.
See, I'm raising it in the context of how our democracy can better function if you have more effective public representatives, even if they belong to a minority party. For example, could a parliamentarian not write to the Hawks and say, but what's happening to the Swifambo matter? What's happening to the Siyangena matter?
I suppose the parliamentarians could do that. That is what Dr. Helen Suzman used to do those many years when she was the only parliamentarian of the PFP. But if there's a particular agenda that is being pursued, and you have the governing party that has got a leader like the current president of the United States, who's doing what he's doing. People are dying of COVID-19, and he doesn't encourage people to be like you, chairperson, and me wearing masks. He just goes there, he organizes indoor big meetings, and he breaks the system to appoint cronies as prosecutors, as judges. So if the Hawks are run by cronies, people wedded to a particular agenda, not agenda of enforcing the rule or ensuring the rule of law. If they're not ensuring the rule of law, opposition can write to them, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. As the honorable chairperson would have noticed, in many instances in this country, things got right only after the courts decided on them.
And that is such
because
a pity.
people don't want to do what they are supposed to do.
And that is such a pity, because sometimes people, not sometimes, very often, people who might want to take issues to court don't have money to take those issues to court. And then, so it's just in certain circumstances where somebody is able to assist, or some organizations able to assist to bring matters to court. But if Parliament were to play its part correctly, and if it were to play its part correctly, it seems that there is a lot of damage that could be prevented from happening, and a lot of financial loss that could be prevented that the country would otherwise suffer.
That's true, Chairperson. Just to return to the point that was made by Council, yes, indeed. If, and what the Chairperson is saying now, if indeed people who go to Parliament understand that they are public representatives, they might have gotten in there using a party ticket. But once they are in Parliament, they are not representing sectarian interests of a party. They represent those ordinary men and women in the villages, in the townships, on the farms, who are poor. They have become the voice of the people, because those people can't be there in that Parliament in their millions. So they must make sure that what they say there and what they decide correctly reflect the experiences of the people that they claim to represent. So it's important to do that. And I do think that, as Council says, that if we have more and more of such people, our democracy would function better, because it would mean even the most powerful of the parties would not take for granted the support of the voters. They would know that the voters will learn something better by listening to the opposition, because the opposition is talking to those things that are touching their souls and their hearts.
And in the process, a lot of money that is lost to corruption could be used for the needs of the people. Because the needs of the people have a lot of needs that need government to attend to, and those needs need money. Now, if Parliament doesn't do its job properly, and corruption levels just keep on going up, then the money that is lost through corruption goes to a few instead of being able to be used for the majority of citizens. Yes, Mr. Soni, I see we have gone past 4 o'clock.
Yes.
But I would like, if possible, that we finish with Mr. Molefe.
Yes.
Because I'm sure he would like to be able to go and do other things.
Yes.
Can we continue, Mr. Molefe? Is that right with you?
Now,
Yeah, straight, yeah.
I'm happy to continue until we finish it.
Yes, okay.
Now,
I will talk less going forward.
No,
no, that
that's
you
fine,
can't
but-
do, because this is going to be an important part of your evidence.
Yeah,
Mr.
all of the things that you have been saying are important.
Yes. Now, you then say that at paragraph 111, that you were concerned and you used some strong language. Could you read that into the record, what you say at paragraph 111?
It reads as follows, Chairperson. I found the conduct of the members of the Portfolio Committee to be disgraceful, and it appeared from their line of questioning that they appeared to have been lobbied to compel the BOC to stop the investigations. The looting of the public purse and holding those responsible for such looting accountable appears not to be important to them at all. Now, the pattern, Chairperson, here is the same. I mean, you go to, you look at the conduct of a Minister Maswangani. You look at the conduct of Minister Dipuo Peters much later now in 2017. And you look at the conduct of the President and Minister Khadebe that evening in a meeting. It's all about how do we frustrate this drive to end corruption. Now, I don't know what it is that all of these people have in common. What is it that draws them so close to one another that they would not disagree on issues that are so obvious? I mean, corruption.
Now, you mentioned that they even asked for the investigators, namely Werksman's attorneys, to be subjected to an SAA vetting.
That is so. So, Chairperson.
And you say that that is the first time that any investigator had been subjected to that requirement.
Investigator of this nature. I don't mind if an investigator who is investigating a government department, because government departments deal a lot with classified information. If the state security says, we've got to make sure that these people who are going to have access to classified documents are vetted, are people who can be trusted. It's understandable. But you can't go out there in the general public of South Africa and say every company must be vetted by state security agents. They've got a far more work to do to protect the country than to worry about vetting people who are investigating corrupt individuals.
Then, at the last line of paragraph 112, you say, you link it, this requirement, to certain revelations. Will you tell the chairperson what those revelations are?
Well, I think it's difficult to remember specifically now, but the had
Yes,
been,
you can read it if that will make it easier for you. Paragraph 112.
no, it won't.
Oh, it won't. Okay, no,
say
that's
much.
fine. Okay.
There had been revelations that people who were in intelligence, got involved in corrupt activities. There had been reports about the offices being broken into, information disappearing. There are instances actually also of monies disappearing from those offices. Now, we are being asked, and some of them, of course, have been implicated in some of the contracts in these companies, including Prasa. Now we are being asked that they should be the ones who vet the investigators. The investigators are going to investigate, and they have to investigate their conduct as well as service providers to Prasa. So it didn't make sense to me to ask for that to be done, except where you're looking for an elegant way of frustrating the investigations without appearing to be doing so.
All right, then could you read from the last line of paragraph 112 on page 27, the word starting moreover, this requirement of the SSA investigation?
Should I read it?
Yes, please. Just from the last line onto the next page.
It was also strange to me that such SSA vetting was only required for worksmen and not for any other service provider conducting investigations at Prasa. Moreover, this requirement only emerged as more and more corruption was exposed.
Sorry, the sentence continues on the next page.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay.
Perhaps you should read that sentence again. It is quite key, Mr. Molefe.
It was strange to me that...
No, starting with moreover.
Oh, moreover, this requirement only emerged as more and more corruption was exposed, particularly after Mr. Oswald Mashaba revealed that 80 million had been paid to individuals who claimed to be collecting the funds on behalf of the governing party.
Now, can I ask you, where did you get that information from? That Mr. Mashaba, Oswald Mashaba, had collected 80 million rand for the governing party?
Chairperson, as we continued to investigate, Mr. Oswald Mashaba, well, of course, the investigation was reported in the media and everywhere, but he began to worry. He apparently became suspicious that he was being investigated. He knew it had to be because he was part of Swifambo. He was the chairman of Swifambo. That is the company that got that big contract for the locomotives. He sent someone to approach a certain Mr. Philemon Mamabolo, who worked for Prasa in the security division, mainly in the business investigations unit. I think that is what that BIU stands for. And he said he wanted to meet with the chairman of the board of Prasa. This individual who was unknown advised Mamabolo that Mashaba wants to meet with him. So they met with Mamabolo somewhere in Pretoria in an Italian restaurant. At that meeting, he told him that he believed that he was being investigated. And he was worried that he might lose all the assets that he had accumulated working hard for. And he didn't want to lose what he had as a result of the contract of Swifambo. He was a man who was running like filling stations. He had all kinds of things, and he had an engineering consulting business, AM engineering. So he wanted to meet with me as the chairman of the board. So Mamabolo asked me, I agreed to meet with him. We met in Sandton at the Maslow Hotel. I had asked one of our directors, Ms. Matlala, Sheila Matlala, to accompany me, and so was Mr. Mamabolo. Mashaba came, and he repeated what he had told Mamabolo, to say that he is worried that he might lose everything that he has, and he really is begging that we should not take whatever he worked hard for, which had nothing to do with Swifambo. And he said that he actually had not known the founder of Swifambo before. The founder of Swifambo was Mackenzie Mabunda, or Mabunda Mackenzie. Mackenzie had approached him and asked him to join him, become a director of Swifambo, and become a chairman thereof, that there was a tender opportunity at Prasa for the locomotives. He wants them to bid for that tender. So he goes on, and Mashaba, of course, had agreed. But Mashaba says, I am prepared to cooperate, provided you guys will not take my assets. So he started telling us a story about the various people whom he paid money to. And as he was talking, I said, look, I don't think I want to go around saying you paid money to people unless you can demonstrate by way of bank deposits that you actually paid money to these people, and give us the names of those people or their companies and so on. So he said he didn't have the documents, but he could make them available. And when he made the documents, that's how we got to know about this 80 million. He did say that there were other monies that he paid. I think he paid another 90,000, and he paid another 1,050,000. But those monies, he said he didn't have proof because he was giving cash. Now, who are the individuals he was paying money to? One of them was a person who was born in Angola, a lady called Maria Gomez. She ran a company called, I think was called Cimex. And then the other one was an attorney, George Sabelo. I think at the time Sabelo was working for, I think, Bowman's. I can't remember exactly. So these are the monies. I can't remember the rest of the monies, but they're paying quite a number of companies. I dealt with those details in one of the applications, in the Sufambo application. When I was still the director of Prasa.
Can I just, in reference to what you've just said, your evidence in the Sufambo matter by way of affidavit, can I ask you to look at Bundle D, page 259?
That's the same bundle in front of you, isn't it?
The same bundle.
The same bundle, yeah.
Oh, the same
Yeah.
one. Okay.
Page 259.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Molefe, have you got it?
I got it.
The title of the document is a replying affidavit. Do you see that?
I see it.
Now, I'm just pointing out so that we can put it in context. This is your replying affidavit in the Sufambo matter. Would that be correct?
That is correct, Chairperson.
We didn't include the whole replying affidavit. We just included the part relating to the matters you've dealt with now. But can I ask you, in your founding affidavit,
Before you do so, just for the sake of completeness, the Sifambo matter is, as it appears from the affidavit of Mr. Molefe at page 259, was case number 2015/42219 in the Gauteng Local Division of the High Court, the matter being Passenger Rail Agents of South Africa versus Sifambo Rail Leasing Pty Limited.
as you please.
Okay.
Now, in your replying, in your founding affidavit, you didn't raise this issue about Mr. Mashaba's telling you about the payment of funds. Is that correct?
Yes.
Because that's a complaint he makes. Eh?
I think you might need to explain to him that you are referring to the founding affidavit that he filed in the Sifambo matter.
Yes, sorry. You recall the case that was made out in the original, well, in the founding affidavit in the Sifambo matter, Mr. Molefe?
the case that we were making was one of asking the court to consider and set aside the arbitration step in the contract between Sifambo and Prasa. And the reason we wanted that set aside and us proceeding immediately for the application to set aside the contract on the basis that it actually never existed. It was invalid ab initio because certain conditions which should have been met were not met. And it was our view that time that if we were to go you go the route of arbitration if you disagree about elements of the contract, but you both accept that the contract exists. But in this instance, we were saying it doesn't exist, so there shouldn't be a need for arbitration. But of course, you can't just exclude it unless the court says it's aside.
I'm making a slightly different point. In your founding affidavit,
In the Sifambo matter.
Yes, in the Sifambo matter.
And it is not this one. This is a reply.
This is a replying affidavit.
So why do we go to the founding one? Huh?
No. Mr.
Oh, I think he might have some things.
It makes it difficult.
No.
Oh, okay.
Because I won't remember.
Mr. Molefe, when you first gave evidence, we went through the judgment of Justice Francis. We went through the judgment of Justice Lewis, if you remember.
Yes.
Because they said that this was corrupt. Mr. Mtimkulu, so-called Dr. Mtimkulu, had set aside, had tailor-made the contract for Sifambo. You remember?
Yes.
So this matter that you are raising now was not raised in that. But you do raise it in the replying affidavit. The only reason it is important is because I want to go to Mr. Mashaba's response to what you say, which is also included in these papers.
Yes.
I'm just trying to orientate you so that we can deal with your evidence in a systematic way.
Let me understand. In that case, the issue was the contract is not valid.
Yes. And that's what the court found.
Probably then the lawyers would have felt that to go into the details about Mashaba does not prove anything with regard to that.
I'm not criticizing.
Yes,
neither did the court.
maybe we can deal with it this way. Mr. Soni, you obviously have looked at his founding affidavit,
Yes.
and you know that he didn't say anything about this issue. You can say to him that he can accept that you have checked, and he didn't say anything about this issue, and then put the question that you want to put.
It is true, and the court didn't deal with it.
Yes. So but in your replying affidavit, you dealt with this piece of evidence you've now led today to say Mr. Mashaba had approached you to say, please come to my rescue, don't take away all my assets. Remember you said that a little earlier?
Yes.
Yes. So is it correct that when you look at paragraph 9 of your affidavit, what you've said today is a summary of what is contained in paragraph 9 of your affidavit?
That is correct.
In other words, you've dealt with how the approach was made to you through Mr. Mamabolo, and what happened at the Maslow restaurant.
That's correct.
There's just one thing, though, that I want to deal with is the payment schedule that he gave to you. And you'll find that at page 283.
On page
283.
Yes, I think let's just get that in the correct context. At the meeting that you had with Mr. Mashaba and Ms. Matlala, you said that Mr. Mashaba said he did not have with him on that occasion information about or proof of payment into the bank accounts of the individuals concerned. Is that right?
that is correct.
Yes. Were arrangements made for him to later?
He did not. That day he did not have any
Yes.
document.
Yeah, that's what you
proves
said.
the
Were arrangements made for him to provide such proof at a later date and more
It
information?
was made for him to provide it to Mama Bolo,
Mama Bolo.
who duly collected it and brought it to me.
Okay, I think then we can go to the schedule. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is the document at page 283 the document that he gave to Mr. Mamabolo?
That is correct, Chairperson.
And
I'm sorry, did you say 283?
283, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Is that a schedule of payments made, well, that he said he had made?
That is correct.
This is,
I'm sorry, what I have at 283 is something that has got loan payments
Yes.
at the top. Are we on the same
That's-
page?
that's the
Oh,
same.
okay. All right.
now, the chairperson has raised an important issue. Is he at the meeting had said to you that he will send a schedule of payments he had made, because you said, but look, you're telling me that you've paid these people, but where is the proof of payment?
That's true. That's what I did, because I wasn't going to be able to do anything with what he just told me verbally.
Right. Now, he then sent you this document, but as the chairperson points out, this doesn't say schedule of payments, it says loan payments. You see that?
That is correct.
That's where the document is headed.
That is correct.
What did you understand, notwithstanding what the document is headed?
Well, I understood it to be payment, and I understood that the recordings of payments as loan was merely for purposes of bookkeeping and auditing.
So let's go back one step back. Subsequent to the meeting that you had with Mr. Mashaba and Ms. Matlala, Mr. Mamabolo was also in the meeting?
He was in the
Yeah.
meeting.
Subsequent to that meeting, when Mr. Mashaba gave this schedule to Mr. Mamabolo, did you understand from Mr. Mamabolo that he said, this is the schedule of payments that I promised to give, or something to that effect?
No, when, Chairperson, when in a meeting where I was present, and Mr. Mashaba was present, and Ms. Matlala, he said that he paid these monies to these people. He mentioned the names, Maria Gomez and her company,
Yes.
and Sabelo, Nkosi Sabelo,
Yes.
and Knowles Hussein. I think Sabelo was working for Knowles Hussein when I tried to remember the company.
Yeah.
I think he was with that firm. So I understood it to be payment, not loans.
Yeah. Okay. So when you got this document, your understanding was this document reflects the payments that Mashaba had told you about.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Then can I ask you to please look at page 285?
285?
Yes. What is that document?
I'm sorry, before you go to 285, Mr. Soni, don't you want him to tell us what this schedule reflects
Yes.
at 283?
I was trying in a, but I could do that, Chairperson.
Oh, okay, well, if
Because
you're,
it answers the
It answers the
question
question,
whether it was
okay.
a loan or.
oh, okay, no, that's fine, that's fine.
So if you look at 285, what is that document, Mr. Molefe? On the face of it?
On the face of it, it's an invoice
From whom?
from Simlex. Simlex was a company owned by Ms. Gomez,
Yes.
Maria Gomez.
If you look just under the
Yeah, I think
heading of that document, it says
is-
directors.
I'm sorry, are we looking on the same page? On my document, on my bundle, the name Similex appears at page 286. And on page 285, which I think is the page that you referred to, Mr. Soni, unless I've missed something,
No,
I've got consulting engineers.
No, you are absolutely right, Chairperson. Because it's I just misread the misread the 6 for a 5.
Oh,
But it is
okay.
286, I'm
So
sorry.
the idea is you want him to talk about page 285?
286.
286, yeah,
Yes.
okay.
But there's no 285 here.
No, that's the document.
Or is this 286?
Yes.
286 has got
Simlex.
Simlex, yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
So there's no 285. Oh, 285 is there. Okay. Okay.
But we are dealing with 286, sir.
Okay.
What is the document at 286?
So this is an invoice.
Yes.
It's an invoice, Chairperson.
Yes.
From whom to whom?
It's an invoice from Simlex to AM Consulting Engineers. Now, AM Consulting Engineers is a company of Mr. Mashaba. That AM stands for Oswald Mashaba.
Oh, okay. And Similex
Was a company owned by Maria Gomez.
Okay.
And you will see that, Mr. Molefe, if you look under Similex, the name Similex, it tells you who the directors are. You see that? Right at the top.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
And who are the directors?
The directors are Maria Cruz Gomez and Domingos Gomez. So I think Domingos Gomez is her husband.
Yes.
And then we may as well, for the sake of completeness, indicate that that invoice is dated the 1st of January 2014.
Yes.
And it's invoice number 002, stroke SML, stroke 2014. And it's for a total amount of 100. Is that what? How much is that? 14,100,000, is that correct?
That is so.
Yes.
Do you see that, Mr. Molefe?
Yes.
Yes. Now, I just want to go back now to page 283.
Well,
This is,
before you do so, Mr. Soni, Mr. Molefe, are you able to see the description of services in respect of which this invoice was being issued? Are you able to read what the nature of the services was?
The description of services, it says service rendered, IRPTN, planning. And planning, development,
and implementation.
and implementation.
Yes. And in terms of the rate, it says 30% of the total amount. You are able to see that?
I can see 30% of the
Yes.
total amount.
Okay, Mr. Soni, you can then proceed to 283, I think you said.
Yes. If you look at the schedule that we looked at page 283, you will see that amount as being reflected in the third line of the payments. Do you see that?
Before that, Mr. Soni, I think let's get him to first tell us what is reflected in the schedule. Obviously, that will include what you are talking about. Maybe just to read what is in the schedule there.
Yes.
And the
Yes.
dates. Are you able to read, Mr. Molefe, the dates, the payee, and the amount as reflected in the schedule at page 283,
Or 283.
where the schedule of payments appears?
I'm gonna do so, Chairperson.
That is, if it is easy. Otherwise, Mr. Soni, you can read it.
There's one pay there, Similex.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Appears 5 times. And then, of course, there are only the dates written there was paid on the 6th of May 2014, 20 of January 2014, 10 January 2014. The other part doesn't have the date.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Molefe. Let me just quickly read it the way I think we should. According to this schedule, on the 6th of May 2014, a company called Simlex Pty Limited was paid an amount of, is that 9,400,000, Mr. Soni?
It is so. Chairperson.
And on the 20th of January 2014, Simlex Pty Ltd was paid an amount of 14,500,000, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
And on the 10th of January 2014, Simlex Pty Ltd was paid 14,100,000 rand, and no date is given for another payment to Simlex Pty Limited, which amounts to 90,000 rand, and Simlex was paid also another amount on a date that is not given. It was paid 2,050,000 rand. Am I right?
That is so, yes.
Yes, and then the last 3 payments relate to Nkosi Sabelo Incorporated. On the 11th of April 2013, Nkosi Sabelo Incorporated was paid 14,300,000 rand. And on the 22nd of April 2013, Nkosi Sabelo Incorporated was paid 14,200,000 rand. And on the 22nd of May 2013, another entity, or Nkosi Sabelo, was paid 2 times, not 3 times. Then on the 22nd May 2013, Knowles Hussein Lindsay Incorporated Trust Account, or it also says in brackets Nkosi Sabelo Incorporated, was paid 10,400,000 rand. And there is an amount of 79,040,000 rand given there. And then there is a handling fee of 10%, seems to be given as 7,944,000, and the whole total is 86,944,000 rand.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, we may continue.
So comparing the the payments or the invoice against the payment. If you look at the invoice at page 286, it is dated the 1st of January, although it says 5th, instead of saying first ST, it says 1TH. Do you see that?
That's 1st January 2014.
Yes. Do you see that,
What
Mr.?
page are we looking at?
At page 286.
Or 286? Okay. It says, okay, yes, 1st January, okay. The 1st of January.
Yes. So the amount that was paid on that day, or the invoice, the amount of the invoice was 14,110,000 rand. I mean, 100,000 rand. You see that?
I can see that.
If you compare the payments as they appear on page 283, do you see a similar payment made in the third line?
That is correct, Chairperson, it is so, similar amount.
And it says that that payment was made on the 10th of January, though. On that page, on page 283.
It does say on the 10th of January.
Yes.
But this side, it's, well, you know, this one is an invoice
Yes.
issued on the 1st of January.
Yes.
9 days later, it got paid.
Yes. Now, I'm just trying to compare the fact that there was an invoice for that amount and payment for that amount was made.
Yes.
Then if you look at page 287, what is that document?
$287, the document is again an invoice from Similex.
And addressed to?
It is addressed to AM Consulting Engineers.
Yes. It's the same, it's from the same company to the same company. Yes. And what is the amount?
I'm sorry, Mr. Soni, it can't be from the same company to the same company.
Sorry.
So, but I know what you mean.
It was
It's
paid to Prasa.
from Similex to AM Consulting,
yes.
and it's dated 5 January 2014. It's invoice number 003/SML/2014, and it's for an amount of 16,450,000 rand. And the services are described as service rendered IRPTN, planning, development, and implementation. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So some of these things are unlikely to be disputed, so you can move fast on them, and you can just read them to the witness for confirmation.
As you please.
Yeah.
Can I then ask you to look again at page 283? The amount paid as reflected on the second line is for an amount of 14,500,000 rand. It's on the second line, Mr.
That is correct.
Yes. So that's not,
And that was paid on the 20th of January.
that is paid on the 20th of January. So it's not for the same amount of that invoice. Because the invoice is for 16,450,000, and the amount that appears there is 14,500,000.
That is correct.
Okay, so there's no correlation between those two.
There's no correlation.
Right. Can I ask you then to look at page 290?
Before you go to 290, do you want to confirm how you have told, the witness has told us how we come to have this schedule of payments?
Yes.
It was given to Mr. Mamabolo by Mr. Mashaba, and Mr. Mamabolo gave it to Mr. Molefe. What about the invoices from Similex? Can we know how we
I'll clarify.
come to have them?
Mr. Molefe, you understand the issue that's being raised, where the invoices, part of the documents that Mr. Mashaba gave to Mr. Mamabolo. See, you asked him...
My recollection is that Mamabolo did not have the invoices. He only had the schedule of payment.
Yes. Okay.
So where did you get these invoices from?
I think these invoices came as a result of the investigations,
Oh, so they are separate from the...
separate from the schedule.
From the workmen's investigations. Okay.
And so is the proof of payment in regard to all of them. Those were not given by Mr. Mashaba. So if you look at page 285, for example, the letter of authority, they were not given by Mr. Mashaba to Mr. Mamabolo.
285.
Yes.
Didn't we have a different 285? Why is this 285? Wasn't 285 something else?
No, you'll recall, Chairperson, I made a mistake. I said 286 was 285.
Oh, okay, all right. 285 is a letter from consulting engineers addressed to Mr. Dina Payfer.
It's a letter from Mashaba.
It is the letter from Mashaba, and it says the subject is letter of authority, and it says payment to a creditor. Okay, so what was the question, Mr. Son?
I'm asking, was this document, what's the source of this document? Because as I understand it now, and I misunderstood, that this payment schedule is the only document that Mr. Mashaba gave to Mr. Mamabolo, or am I wrong?
Well, it could be so, but when we investigate, the banks are obliged to...
Okay.
Look this side, please.
So when this letter of authority comes from Mr. Mashaba and is telling his banker to pay Mr. Hussein.
Yes. So how did you get hold of this letter? How does it come to be here? Did it come through the investigation that Workmen's was conducting?
I think it came through the investigation, Chairperson. It certainly was not in the document that Mashaba gave me. Mashaba gave me that schedule only.
Okay, thank you.
Which I gave to the investigators.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask you to look at page 264, which is part of your affidavit? Okay, very quickly, Mr. Molefe, at paragraph 9.3,
264.
yes, which is part of your replying affidavit, you say, on and about the 2nd of September, Mr. Mamabolo collected the documents from Mr. Mashaba. And this is the whole set of documents that you say he collected.
The one I took from him personally was the schedule. But he would have been working with the investigators as well, so some of those documents could have been given directly to the investigators.
Okay.
Okay, no, let's deal with it this way. Okay, Mr. Molefe, in this, in your affidavit in the Swifambo matter, page 264 of the bundle before you, you say at paragraph 9.13 that on or about 2 September 2015, Mr. Mamabolo collected the documents from Mr. Mashaba at his offices situated in Block G, Central Park 400, 16th Road, Midrand. Mr. Mashaba handed over an envelope containing the following documents, meaning Mr. Mashaba handed over to Mr. Mamabolo an envelope containing a number of documents which you then list there. Do you recall that to be what happened? Because that's what you appear to have told the High Court.
I honestly don't have a recollection of seeing every invoice.
You don't have a recollection of this?
The envelope would have been given to my
Yes.
lawyers.
Yes.
But I
Okay.
remember seeing the schedule because I discussed it elsewhere again after that.
I think what may be necessary is that afterwards, Mr. Molefe can be given his entire affidavit
Yes.
in the Swifambo matter, the replying affidavit, so that he can go through it properly and refresh his memory on the context. Then he could, in due course, maybe send a supplementary affidavit to say, after having gone back to that affidavit, has his memory been refreshed to say this is correct?
Yes.
Or has he found that it was not correct?
Yes. No, that is so.
Okay, would that be fine, Mr. Molefe?
That would be fine, Chairperson.
Yes, okay, all right.
Now, the documents, I'm just putting to you generally, Mr. Molefe, except for the difference between you still seem to be worried about.
No, I'm worried about the figures. You see, at page
Well, 1 second. Maybe it might be convenient to take a comfort break, and you could have a look and then we come back. Is that fine? But we are at nearly 5:15. I'm still fine about continuing. If you are still fine, I'm sure everybody would be fine. Would that be fine? Would that help if we have a comfort break?
it would be fine, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, let's take a comfort break, and then we can come back. We can come back at 25 past, so about 10 minutes break. We adjourn.
All rise.
Mr. Chairperson, it seems it's been a long day for the witness, and I proposed to him that it may be better if he slept over this issue and we dealt with it first thing in the morning, which would allow us to deal with it quicker and let him be more at ease. Mr. Molefe is more than happy to do that, as I understand it.
Okay, is that fine, Mr. Molefe? That's fine. Yes.
Thanks, Chairperson.
Yes. No, that's fine. That will just give you also time to refresh your memory on the documents. I was going to say let's start earlier than 10 o'clock, but we can't because of other commitments on my part. So let's start at 10 o'clock as normal tomorrow. I guess that we shouldn't be long, and I don't want to say we shouldn't be long because I thought we would not take the whole day.
Yes.
But I think everything that we had to deal with was important, so yes. I'm not regretting that we have taken the whole day. But tomorrow, how much time do you think we should take?
I don't think more than an hour,
Yes.
Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, no, that's all right.
We'll just though factor in the issue that Mr. Molefe raised, that right at the end.
Yeah, the
he'd like
connecting
to
of the
drop-
dots, yeah.
But this part won't take much longer.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, then we are going to adjourn and resume tomorrow at 10. We adjourn.
As you please, Chairperson. Yes.